Hey everybody! Whoa! I am brain dead. Completely brain dead. Oh my god! These legal forms. These legal documents. Holy shit. How was your Saturday? Oh my god. Look at this. I've like ripped all of my nails off reading all this shit. Just like, ugh. How are we doing? Oh my god. Hi everyone. So if you're joining us tonight, look at this. My bun is less fuck ass than usual. Things are askew. Things are askew. Okay, so most of you haven't read any of it. Well, lucky for you, I have read and annotated the entire subpoena. I mean, the entire motion to quash, and as much of the declarations written by the Snark mods as was. Oh my god, I'm sorry. As was downloaded into my Google Docs. For some reason, I got to the end and some stuff was cut off, but we got most of it. I'm surprised they didn't talk about the motion on Friday. I mean, there's so much to unpack. Yes, this is specifically for the Reddit mods. And what this is if you remember, Denham's lawyer and Ethan's lawyer came to an agreement that it was okay to subpoena Reddit and Discord for the personal identifying information, the PIIs, of the Snark moderators who allegedly participated in copyright infringement on H3 Snark. What this is, now that I've read the entire thing and understand it, this is the Snark moderators' lawyers fighting back against that and saying, no, actually, they don't have the right to this information based on the First Amendment, which is so interesting because, well, we'll see as we go forward. But basically, the big takeaway for me is I wonder how far this is going to go, because the precedent for this kind of thing is still pretty murky. So depending on if this sort of thing gets pushed further and gets to the point of like appeals and stuff, I mean, this is a First Amendment case to some degree. I mean, at least this subpoena situation is. So does this could Ethan have his name on a Supreme Court case? I don't know if it'll ever get that far, but as I was reading through this stuff and like wading through the case law that they cite, even in the case law that they cite for reasons that this should be quashed, there is not a clear line. There isn't a clear line between what's protected by the First Amendment and what becomes copyright infringement. So I don't think it's a slam dunk for them. And again, these are my opinions. I'm not a lawyer. I am just a stupid bitch. So yeah, these are just my opinions. It doesn't seem like a clear-cut win for the Snarkers in this case to quash the subpoena. But I don't know. There's gray area. There's a lot of gray area, and there is no that I could see. There is no Supreme Court ruling that says who makes the decision on where the line is, right? Sometimes it's the judge, sometimes it's Congress. So I don't really know what's going to happen. I trust Kate more than legal mindset. Well, not what you shouldn't with legal things. I will say that. But I will say that I have a lot of questions as we go through this. I don't know everything, obviously. And legally, I don't know what is within the realm of possibility or legality. But there were, to me, some places also where this motion kind of opens up a need for deeper discovery. because the motion itself and the declarations, I mean, the people are asserting things that can't be known without access to their private information. I don't know if that's enough grounds to get access to that stuff, but I guess we'll see. Kate, I think you were in my dream last night. Oh, Jesus, what was I doing? Tonight we are all stupid bitches, not legal professionals. Yeah, and so if you did actually read it, which apparently 18 of you read it, at least some of it, and you have your own opinions, drop them in chat. And if as we go you have questions, I'll try and get to them. But again, I am not the expert. There are tons of legal experts. Hopefully some of them will cover this stuff. I'm still so sad that Emily D. Baker isn't. And I wonder if her silence means something. You know, like at this point, of course there's tons of cases going on, but there have always been tons of cases. And Emily still covered the stuff that H3 was going through, right? So like what makes this different? Maybe she thinks it's not a good case. I don't know. I'm not sure why she's not doing it. I think she's too scared to talk about Ethan because of all the harassment that comes with it. That's valid, you know? Yeah, so I don't know if she's afraid to speak about it publicly, even though she wouldn't have to defend him, right? She's a lawyer with her own opinions. Or if she hates him now too. I don't know. She's doing more trial and not motions right now. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. That doesn't feel like it's enough of a... She's not scared. She literally said she'd get to it when things develop further. Okay, cool. She tries to stay away from anything that has political overtones involved. Oh, okay. She could be unbiased about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if she'd stay out of it because of harassment. And that is totally valid. Emily's too good for us. I agree with that. I feel like I look like a ghost right now. I just want to turn up my warmth a little bit because while I am white, I'm not exactly that white. Is that a little bit better? That's a little bit better. God, my nails are an absolute mess. There we go. That'll do. That'll do, pig. All right. There's a lot to cover, so I am just gonna jump into it. Back when Ethan first filed, Emily was asked on stream if she'd cover it. She said she had a lot on her docket at the time and she'd probably get to it the next month. Yeah, that's what I was alluding to. Okay, I need to get to it. So, all right, we're going to start with the quash motion, the motion to quash, which again, if you're just joining, the subreddit moderators together have filed a motion to stop the subpoena by Ethan and his lawyer of Reddit and Discord to get the personal information of these moderators. I don't know if that includes like their personal account, like their messaging and stuff, but in this they seem really focused on like their actual handles. So I don't know. I don't know what exactly it would include, but again, not a lawyer, just a stupid bitch. All right. Okay, so we're starting with the motion to quash, and then after that, we will read through two of the moderator declarations where they give their sworn statements on how innocent they are. So we'll all chat about it together. So here it is. Oh God, why is this so small? There we go. Oh, why is it not? Can you guys hear that? I gotta turn this up. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear anything stink? Thank you, Steven. Did you guys hear anything? I just want to make sure my alert boxes are working. Okay. Oh, because I turned him off. Duh. That's why. I turned him off when we were playing Subnautica. Okay. Sorry, Steven. Thank you. Let me read it out loud. Squash, quash, squash, quash. Here's $2. Thank you so much. Yeah, I still do have the silly sound bites on, like clapping cheeks and
she's also gay.
Michelle M just gave $10. Pink heart emoji.
And you got new gifts from me as well. Pretty cute, right? Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. I guess I can make that a little bit smaller. Thank you. Really appreciate it. This took a lot of work today, so shout out to you guys. I'll make this a bit smaller. Yeah, we clapping cheeks. Oh God.
Priest Jr. gave $1.15.
There's my beans out of a can gif as well. It's gonna be a fun night. All right, I'm gonna have no voice by the end of this, so I just need to fucking get going. Okay, let me make this bigger so y'all can actually see what's going on, and you can see my little comments on the side. Yes, I read probably, is this like 200 pages of stuff? Like, not an exaggeration. How many is this one? 50, and then this one is 79, so 129 pages today of legalese. All right, so this is the motion to quash, as you can see here. So they're trying to quash the subpoenas to Reddit and Discord. Notice of motion and motion to quash plaintiffs, whatever. This, I had to copy it into my Google Doc so I could highlight and notate stuff. So it doesn't look great, but we're going to stick together. All right, this is just all like the table of contents. But one thing I did find interesting is like here, this is all the cases that are cited throughout the document. And what is glaringly missing is the Matt Haas case.
That is going to suck, everybody.
Alex _ the _
Thanks,
fiction
Alex.
gave $2. 14 pages. Dude is blushing right now.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. Also, everyone go follow Alex. We are gonna, he's running an all-day fundraiser tomorrow for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund? And I'm going to be co-hosting the first 2 hours. So definitely come through on that. All right. This is taking forever. I feel like Ethan right now. All right. So what's not on here is the Matt Haas case, but Kavanaugh v. Klein is cited. So I think that's very interesting. Yeah, they don't do the Hossein Sadeh versus Klein, but they do Kavanaugh versus Klein. And I mean, the Matt Haas lawsuit was relevant a couple of times, and I pointed it out. So yeah, the PCRF. So definitely check out Alex the Fiction. Thank you, Alex. Let's clap it up for Alex. I almost gave you a fart. All right. So as you see, there's a lot to cover, gang. There's a lot to cover here. Maybe that's good right there, right? Yeah. All right. So first, I was orienting myself. This is not Reddit and Discord trying to get out of the subpoena. This is the moderators trying to stop the subpoena from even happening. Quash subpoenas to non-parties, Reddit and Discord. So yeah, it's the people unrelated to the lawsuit who aren't being sued. Does 1 through 10. I thought he was only suing 3 Redditors, but I think I was thinking of Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron. So 10 Redditors are being subpoenaed potentially, or sued. And they're referred to as does. So throughout it looks like it's saying does, and that was confusing for me. But that is the does, the unnamed parties. And in this case, these are the Snark moderators. Okay? So this is like their initial statement here. TEI, which is Ethan's company, Ethan Neal's company. Their subpoena should be quashed because TEI has not and cannot state a claim against Doe's for contributory copyright infringement. And that's like a very specific kind of copyright infringement where it's not them directly doing it, but they're like helping other people do it. And according to this motion, they didn't do that, even though they published a list of people. Anyway, we'll get there. And then we have the other reason is the balance of equities weighs in favor of Doe's anonymity. So the balance of equities, I looked it up. Basically, it is a series of criteria that might cause the judge to rule in favor of the defendants or the plaintiffs. If the decision is going to cause like outsized hardship, which I think is the big one that they really harp on in this, the potential impact of the decision on the broader public, fault in good faith, the conduct of the parties. This is interesting to me. The conduct of the parties, such as whether a party acted negligently or in good faith, can influence the court's decision. So if their main complaint is that Ethan's super rich and that's why they don't deserve to be outed, essentially, I feel like this good faith part kind of like negates that, because they were not, in my opinion, doing anything in good faith. Inadequacy of legal remedies. Essential element is the determination that money damages alone would be insufficient to resolve the dispute. Yeah, so I think they mostly harp on this, the fact that Ethan is like has way more money than them, and is talking about like ruining their lives, right? Protective order in a civil litigation, because I was like, are we talking about like restraining orders? No, it's just an order to stop the release of certain information. So that's what they want the judge to do in this case. I don't know why they would be awarded attorney's fees. That's like above my pay grade. I'm sure someone else will be able to tell you guys why that is. So let's get more into it. So they say, on its face, the action is about copyright infringement. At its heart, however, the action, which is the subpoena, is about stifling criticism and seeking retribution, but unmasking individuals for perceived reputational harms TEI attributes to Doe's unrelated to TEI's intellectual property rights. And my first question of this whole thing is, how are reputational harms unrelated to H3 intellectual property when H3 is Ethan Klein, right? Like, to me, it seems like they are kind of one and the same, right? So if you're harming the company, you are harming, or if you're harming Ethan, you are harming the company, right? If you're harming Ethan's reputation, you are, by the transitive property, also harming the company's reputation. TEI publishes the H3 podcast, a popular live comedy commentary podcast hosted primarily by Ethan Klein. I just thought that was a weird way to say that. It's definitely hosted by him. He is the host. Let's see. TEI has not and cannot allege facts stating a claim for contributory infringement against Doe's, and the action and subpoenas are thinly veiled pretext for obtaining their identities in order to expose, punish, and dox Doe's for their roles as moderators of the critical subreddit H3 Snark. First of all, Ethan is on record saying, I'm not trying to dox anyone. They literally quote that in this motion, and I think also in the declaration. So, and I said, talk about not being able to allege facts. Can they back up this claim? Because they say Teddy Fresh or TEI has not and cannot allege facts stating the claim. And then they say that this is just a thinly veiled pretext, which, spoiler alert, in my opinion, they did not prove at all. They did not prove at all. TEI improperly seeks to use the court's subpoena authority not for legitimate discovery, but to unmask and intimidate Doe's. What's the evidence of that? Whose only action, this one just made me laugh, was hosting lawful, critical discussions of H3 and its content. That's all they did. That's all they did. The subpoenas broadly demand account information from Reddit and Discord, despite clear facts that none of the Doe's uploaded, distributed, or provided copies of the allegedly infringed works, even though we know they linked to them and said directly in the post, here are ways to not give views to Ethan and Hila. Hang on one second. We're created to centralize. Okay, so they're talking about the mega threads. We're created to centralize discussion and provide URLs publicly accessible Twitch and YouTube channels, which Doe's understood would host only fair use commentary. So they're saying everything they posted, they assumed was going to be fair use, even though in the mega thread, in the actual post by a moderator, it says, oh, we know we've heard a lot of people asking how they can watch the content nuke without supporting Ethan and H3. Here are a list of creators. And no evidence exists of any coordination between the Does and Denims or between the Does and any other Twitch or YouTube streamers. To me, it's like, okay, this is one of the things where I wondered if this opens a door to actually getting their private messages. Like, they're defending themselves, so I don't know if the burden of proof is on them. But there are some things that Ethan and his team, it's impossible for them to see, right? So I don't know, I don't know if this opens a door, but I have a lot of questions about this kind of thing throughout, where they assert something that they haven't done in private. It's like, how can we know if that's true if we don't see your private messages? And by we, I mean the court. I don't mean I need to or want to see any of that shit, and we'll talk more about that too. Additionally, Denims' allegedly infringing Twitch stream itself constituted fair use is fucking hilarious. They call Ethan's copyright registration very thin. They actually criticize the fact that he registered the content nuke with the Library of Congress, saying it was that it was actually not substantive enough. It wasn't transformative enough. That he just cobbles together clips. So that's very thin, but Denims' response to it was definitely not thin and constituted fair use. And I said, the Matt Haas case will throw this shit out. Like, if Ethan and Hila's case set the standard for what fair use is, Denims isn't anywhere close to that. If they use that as the precedent, then that's fucked right there. Okay. At stake is the fundamental First Amendment right to anonymous speech on public matters, a right the Supreme Court has recognized as essential. I went down so many rabbit holes for this one because it is, like I said, it is not clear where the courts fall on the seesaw between First Amendment rights and copyright infringement. So I said, it might be considered essential, but it is qualified, and it's not entirely clear. I think this was, let's see, page 17. Dude, I've got like sources inside sources. It's fucking crazy. All right. Okay. First, the court said the plaintiff must attempt to notify the anonymous poster, including by posting on the original message board, and allow that party time to respond. This was in a specific case. And like I said, this is just one court's idea. And I pulled this because they reference this case specifically. Second, the plaintiff must identify the statements allegedly made by the defendant that are actionable. And third, the plaintiff must set forth a cause of action that would survive a motion to dismiss. Fourth and finally, I think this is like the most important one. The plaintiff must provide sufficient evidence for each element of the claim, and the reviewing court should balance the defendant's First Amendment right of anonymous free speech against the strength of the prima facie case presented and the necessity for the disclosure of the anonymous defendant's identity to allow the plaintiff to properly proceed. So if Ethan's team can prove that they really need the snarkers' personal information to go through with this lawsuit, then I think that he can get it. But again, they use stuff like throughout this where they say, well, we weren't notified. We weren't notified. Well, that's not it doesn't seem like that's necessarily the precedent. This is just one judge's opinions, right? Like this is just one judge's way of laying out their case, and the criteria for it. But it's very, very unclear. It's very unclear exactly what's going to happen, because again, this is one case. It's also a defamation case. It's not really a copyright case. So it's hard to know. It's hard to know. Allowing TEI's subpoenas would subject those to significant harassment, reputational harm, and professional repercussions solely for engaging in lawful speech. My petty side is like, oh, okay, well, I guess you shouldn't have been a part of like a horrible hate subreddit and been doing things anonymously because you maybe were already ashamed that you were doing them. But that's just my petty side, right? But then it says, more broadly, allowing the subpoenas will send a chilling... Okay, so this was the piece that I highlighted this for. That they would be subject to significant harassment, reputational harm, and professional repercussions. And then I said, even if it's not released beyond the case and Ethan and his attorney, because like, we don't need to see any of that information. So if it's kept just close to the case, I think a lot of harm could be avoided. And I don't personally think that Ethan wants done to them what was done to him, right? He just wants it to stop. And he's trying to get to the root of the copyrights shit and the whole Snark shit in general. Okay. What legal standard applies when a plaintiff seeks to unmask anonymous speakers engaged in First Amendment protected criticism under the guise of a contributory copyright infringement claim? That's a great question that they didn't really answer. Like I said, there are different legal standards applied for different cases in the last like 20 years. I wasn't able to find, even at the Supreme Court level, they don't make it clear who is in charge of determining the barrier or the boundary between First Amendment and copyright infringement. I think they said leave it up to Congress, but then like the lower court said leave it up to the court. Like, so it's not clear. And I said, do they prove this is what's happening? That he's trying to unmask them under the guise of copyright infringement. Basically, this is saying that he is basically using this lawsuit, or using this subpoena to get information to intimidate them and to ruin their lives, but he actually doesn't care about copyright infringement. That's all just like a ruse, right? That's all just like a front. And I don't really see that proven in here either. But also, does it matter? Does it matter if he has a secondary motive if copyright was infringed upon? I did not have time to look into if there's precedent for that and if that matters. Even if TEI has established a cause of action against Doe's, which to me, if you're putting that in here, does that mean you think that there might be a case and you want to make sure you have the answer for it? And the balancing factors, as we talked about before, are like hardship and other things, but they can be outweighed by whether you're doing what you're doing in good faith or not, right? So if you're broke and you also didn't mean to commit copyright infringement, you could have this thrown out. But if you're broke and also like willfully and maliciously helping to spread a market substitute, you might not have as easy a path ahead. I just thought this was interesting. I didn't understand why it was necessary to say he's an Israeli American. Like I don't know, I've never outside of the context of Israel Palestine ever heard him referred to as Israeli American. We got 3 whole iDubbbz in here. Yeah. Thanks everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Is my stream deck working? Is it working? What the fuck? Oh, it is. And there's the fart. There it is. All right, wonderful. Yeah, so I don't understand that. The Israeli American piece. I was like, oh, okay. This is also weird. Ethan is frequently in the public eye for his outspoken view, online controversies, and social media presence, maintaining over 5.7 million subscribers on his primary channel. Since when is this his primary channel? Because we know right now his primary channel has like 2.6 million, right? So I was like, okay, you're wrong. Just in case the judge is anti-Semitic, I guess. Yeah. Be like, wink. All right. So talk about Hassan Piker. Ethan and Piker's partnership drew a large following due to their contrasting backgrounds, which I don't think is why people liked the show. It was called The Leftovers because they're both on the left. Right? I don't think it was ever about them like being across the aisle from each other. I think that was just that's just kind of what happened after October 7th, is that there was a real schism, you know? Okay, let's see. Their relationship soured over deepening political disagreements, especially regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the events following October 7th. And I said, and including October 7th, right? That's kind of why this all started. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? All right. Twitch streamer Denims is an online content creator and streamer known for Twitch live streams and commentary focused on reaction content. I just highlighted that because it made me laugh. Because is your whole reaction? By the way, Denims, this is what real reaction looks like. I pre-read this and I highlighted things and I made notes for myself. It took me hours. I understand why you don't do it. It takes a long time. My brain hurts right now. But yeah, no one's suing me. Okay, H3 often and just controversies on our live stream. Denims is an associate of Piker. I didn't understand what this meant. And I said, Orbiter, Defender, Simp, what's the connection or association? Like, I don't understand what that means. Or how it's pertinent. I'm not sure. The H3 Snark subreddit, a safe. I don't know why this ended up gray, but again, this was a place where I laughed my balls off. Safe and anonymous space for criticism of H3. If that was really all you were doing, if it was just criticism of the show, none of this would be happening. Like, y'all know you're being ugly over there. Like, it's such mean girl behavior. Like, stop trying to act like it was this like altruistic, honorable place, this safe space for defectors and dissenters, right? We know the roots of it were in the Trishy Land shit. But I digress. Okay, skipping down here. You guys are welcome to read all of it, but we don't have time. Moderators are unpaid volunteers. This is interesting to me. Oh, this is, I think, is this? Who set community rules, norms, and expectations for subreddits. They say that they're unpaid, right? And I believe that they are, but I don't know. I think this was just a mistake, that they're defining moderators as unpaid, but then later they point out as if it's relevant that H3's mods are all paid. So I don't know why they said that. or mentioned that they're unpaid here. To ensure Reddit's rules are enforced. Well, I mean, you weren't doing that, in my opinion, right? You were not making sure the rules were being enforced. Y'all were, in my opinion, being really terrible and mean and harassing people. And I don't think that that's part of Reddit's rules. All right, Ethan, a subreddit about H3 was created on April 30th, 2023. No. Didn't H3 Snark, wasn't that initially Trishyland? And they changed the name of it? Yeah, H3 paying the mods makes Ethan look honest. I know. It also makes it pretty clear that it's not, that the H3 subreddit isn't a Snark subreddit, right? It's like they have employees because it's for a show. Hey, Kate, Snarker here. Could you explain how exactly the skull's debunking is false? I don't want to spread that if it's misinfo, but I don't see how it's wrong. Y'all are trying to debunk the fact that the skulls were sent? I would say, if you're familiar with the term Occam's razor, Melanie, you should look into Occam's razor, which is the most logical answer is usually the right answer. And I don't think any logical person would mail themselves skulls to make things worse for themselves and their crew. I don't think that a normal person would do that. And I think you have to be very, very ungenerous, right? And give like zero credit or benefit of the doubt to the humanity of Ethan and Neela to think that they would do that. That's all. Oh, it was Frenemies 2. Okay, it was Frenemies 2. Okay. No, that's not what I'm saying, but Ethan said computer equipment when the boxes were labeled Skulls Museum, so he lied about that. No, he thought it was computer equipment before he opened it. Because I guess if I'm remembering correctly, he said that sometimes bigger equipment gets mailed to the house and then they bring it in to the show. So I think he thought that before he opened the box, and maybe he didn't look closely at the box because, and it wasn't Skulls Museum, it's like Skulls Are Us or something stupid like that. He could have missed it on the box. I open boxes all the time and don't realize where it's from. Don't send me anthrax for saying that. Why did Ethan wait months to tell it publicly if he sent them to himself? Yeah. Skulls Unlimited. Yes, yes, yes. What a stupid, silly name. First of all, I just want to shout out Melanie for being like nice in the comments and asking questions. And I hope that while you're here, you'll actually listen to things. And everyone should be really nice to Melanie. All right, I'm going back in. Skulls Unlimited. So yeah, shout out Melanie for being here and asking questions. But yeah, I've never doubted that the skulls thing was real. I don't see why somebody would do that. And also consider the source of whoever is saying it's a hoax or whatever they're saying. I have a feeling I know who is starting that, and I don't think that they're a very honest person, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so the subreddit was started on April 30th, 2023, which I don't believe is true because it grew out of Frenemies 2, but maybe I'm wrong. Fallen fans to safely criticize H3. And that's the thing, Fallen fans, like, you loved the show too. How could you think that Ethan and Neela would do that, right? Like, do that in any way. Would lie about something like that. I think you can disagree with them on a lot of things, but to like strip them of their like basic humanity and morality is like, I don't know how that happens so quickly. Fans of H3 were systematically banned from the official H3 subreddit. These are the fans that were criticizing H3 when they made critical comments. Ethan and Hila are the head mods of this H3 official subreddit. And I said, huh? I mean, maybe technically, but I don't think Ethan and Hila are in there fucking banning people. And I don't know. They say like so many people were banned. I have no idea. I don't have any insight into like the moderation stuff. Banned users thus used alternative spaces. And to me, that's like, oh yes, they had to become snarkers, right? There was no choice but to be a snarker. When I see level-headed criticism of Ethan and Hila and the crew on the subreddit all the time. So like, what were you doing? Right? Thus, H3 Snark emerged as a moderated subreddit. I just follow that because I highlighted that because I feel like that's a stretch. Skull Unlimited still sells human remains. These were not Party City skulls. No, of course they weren't. They were real human skulls. Thanks for not hating. I think the misconception is that no one is saying the skulls themselves are fake. It's more that Ethan lied about thinking it's computer equipment. Well, I don't think any of us have the ability to know what Ethan is like saying in his head and then saying out loud, right? I don't know what that's based on. The thought that he's lying. Unless you just don't trust anything Ethan says. I know he brought it to the office and the crew opened it as they opened packages and they found the skulls. Yeah, I don't see the So if it's not because the skulls are fake, is the assertion that he mailed them to himself and lied about it? What's the world building? Honestly, I don't care. There's so much to talk about. With peace and love. Thank you, Melanie. Whatever. Okay. Moderate subreddit. Ha ha ha. Its moderators found it essential to ensure an environment free from harassment. And I said, except harassment of Ethan, Hila, AB, Lena, Olivia, Zach. Like, it seems like that was totally cool. And I went and looked at H3 Snark, and there's still a ton of harassment that's still live and available. We actually have it here. So, rules on what could be discussed on H3 Snark were firm and principled on civility. The mods aimed to foster a friendly and positive community where people did not harass others based on personal traits. First of all, you called it a snark. I mean, to me right there, that does not scream friendly and positive or principled on civility. You know what you're doing. You're creating a place to talk shit. Right?
Girl with a mic, when is she calling in?
Joe Miller just gave $9.99.
Thank you, Joe.
Just got here, but you are doing the Lord's work by reading this for us. Victory hand emoji and
Thank
red heart
you.
emoji.
Thank you so much, Joe. Shout out. So yeah, to me, it's like the name alone, to me, signals that this is not a place for good faith information. This is a place for people to air their grievances, right? And we got dickheads. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you. Oh no, my subbies went away. Hang on. Why'd they go away? Oh no. Hang on, guys. Let me take a second. I want to put my subbies back up. Oh, there it is. Why aren't you working? What the fudge? Let me just try this again. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? No, it's not working. Shitballs. I don't know why it's not working. It's literally right here. Huh. Oh my god. Okay. It got moved somehow. That's weird. Web. There we go. It's working again. Okay. Just a heads up that this stream was posted on Leftovers H3 like 40 minutes ago. Hope everyone is nice to you. Thank you. Okay. That's great. I am going to fix some things then if people are not being nice. I can see people arguing about stuff. So just give me a sec, y'all. We are gonna change the moderation because people can't behave. Okay. And that's okay. Welcome, Leftovers H3. Come on in. You're just in time. We've barely started. All right, we're gonna do that. And we're gonna do that. That should help. We got dickheads. We do got dickheads, don't we? We do got dickheads. We sure do, Kate. We sure do. All right. Yeah, so where people did not harass others based on personal traits. Well, this took me 2 seconds to look up. I literally just Googled Ozempic, and it's just constant commentary on Ethan's body, on whether he's taking drugs or not. Like, to say that this is not about personal traits is crazy to me. Like, be for real, right? Like, be honest with what you do. To put this in a lawsuit when it's so easy to negate it is so funny. Here they are just making fun of Hila for being ugly. Horrid outfits. I mean, the comments are just disgusting, right? Yeah. Like, don't lie. Just be about what you're about, but don't act like you are this like moral high ground, you know? Okay. So yeah, that was of interest to me. Instead, discussions centered on actions or statements made on the H3 podcast. Also easily to prove wrong. I looked up dogs, and the dogs are not on the show. They are not members of the crew, right? And it's just constant stuff about the dogs, mistreating the dogs. Did Ethan buy a dog from a breeder or puppy mill? Ethan values dogs more than Palestinians. It's fine for dogs to eat poop. Like, there's one, if the dogs attacked one of their children, like, just completely spiraling out, right? About all this other shit that is not related to the show, but is related to their personal lives. Very easy to find the fact that you guys are not just centering your discussions on H3. You know what's so funny is it's going to say that anytime a snarker potentially subscribes so they can comment. I didn't even realize that I was retroactively doing that. Which is funny because they were fans before this and probably said Hila Slade. Exactly. And that's why it's all just bad faith and disingenuous and silly and stupid. Yeah, so that's all bullshit. The mod's efforts were guided by a sincere commitment to maintaining constructive dialogue. I mean, you guys just saw several very surface level searches for stuff that was not constructive, right? And they received positive feedback from many community members who appreciated the respectful environment. Yeah, I'm sure that people appreciated a place where they could just like unload without a lot of censorship, right? That's probably, it feels great to be mad at someone and to just like spill all your venom out, but it can have consequences, right? Especially if you're stealing their content. Let's see. Mods actively removed infringing content, regularly updated their policies, reached out to Reddit admins for guidance, and even consulted a lawyer to ensure that content shared on the subreddit remained copyright compliant. I guess that's cited in here, but I didn't really see much proof about the lawyer thing. After October 2024, the subreddit banned references and links to alternative viewing websites. I guess this is specifically about YouTube, YEWTUBE. Thank you, Sunhouse. Thank you so much. I don't know why. Oh, it's because it's a sticker, not a comment. And like I said, as you can see, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a stupid bitch. There are legal people on the internet that are probably going to react to this too. But this is just my read of it, because I know a lot of people didn't read it, but I think that we should be informed about what is actually in it. You know, when snarkers try to talk to us about it. Although I doubt that they're reading it too. But now we'll all be informed. Yeah, the alternate viewing sites is YouTube, YEWTUBE. We'll get into that later. This is all just like preamble shit. Engaging in hate crimes against, let's see. Despite this, Ethan has for some time accused subreddit and its mods of defaming him, harassing him, engaging in hate crimes against him. Why are my cat's paws are all wet? Were you playing in your water again? You little bing bong. And after the subreddit was inactive, but I mean, we know where you guys went.
Girl with a microphone is in chat.
Thank you.
Billiam Whittalicker just gave $5 Canadian.
Thank you, Billiam.
Here's a tip for putting in all this work and taking one for the team by reading this motion.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's already been an hour. Fuck, I need to go faster. Okay. But yeah, so like, I don't know. It just feels like a lot of this is dishonest. Like, we know that was like the starting place and you guys spread to different places and, you know, kind of commandeered other subs that were unrelated. Like faux moi. Like, I used to be in there just like because I like celebrity drama and gossip. Then all of a sudden there's all this like anti-Ethan shit. And I'm like, what happened to this place? So yeah, we know that this was just like a starting point. To be clear, does are not responsible in any way for the atrocious behavior described above or any instance of harassing or defaming Ethan or H3. So I said this claim right here feels like grounds for all of their private communications from Reddit and Discord, if not their actual identities. Because how can we know if there wasn't some kind of collusion on the back end? We can't know that. Of course they wouldn't admit that publicly, right? They, you know, I would assume they have some sense of self-preservation, though not much. So why would they admit that publicly? I mean, I feel like that would be something that you'd need to see their private stuff to know the motivation, but I don't know if that's like, again, I don't know if that's a legal thing. Oh, thank you, Blizzard Wuffy. Thank you so much. Your 10th super on a live stream. Oh, whoop. Block Chicken. Why do I know that name? Is that a snarker name? I don't know. Oh, okay. Despite Ethan's claims against Doe's being false, inaccurate, and or entirely unsubstantiated, Ethan's attacks on Doe's, this was interesting. Ethan's attacks on Doe's are integral to the H3 podcast. Like the show can't exist without the attacks on Snark moderators? Is that the Woofy that helps with sound bites? Shout out Woofy! That just feels weird to me, right? Integral. It's like Denim's being like, what? I like got you so many more views or whatever she said. Ethan explicitly uses his podcast to incite his fans against the mods of H3 Snark. And I said, the Snarks who are anonymous? So how would we attack them? Like, you're inciting, that doesn't make sense to me. If we've been incited against these mods, but they're anonymous, then how are we acting on that incitement and how is this provable? I don't understand. Oh, okay. This is interesting. Okay. So he talks about
dickheads.
Oh, thank you, Vivian. Hopefully it's a thank you. In addition to actual threats and incitement, H3 has repeatedly threatened to sue Doe's, but he didn't. That doesn't matter if he hasn't done it. In 2023, these threats escalated, but Ethan, he wanted to pursue them for defamation and hate speech, but Ethan has not brought such lawsuits. Okay. What? Because Doe's speech is highly protected First Amendment speech, and any legal action against the H3 Snark mods under traditional tort theories is subject to strict scrutiny and free speech protections, such as California's anti-slap statute. And I just said, can you prove this? Can you prove this is why? Can you prove this is why he hasn't sued? That might be a reason that you can think of, but is that why? Because you're saying he didn't sue them for that because it's easier to sue them for copyright infringement. But can you prove that that's what's happening? No, you haven't. Not that I can see here. But don't listen to me. I just read the whole fucking thing. Oh, excuse me. He even admitted on his podcast to creating his own subreddits to harass does and the subreddit. Is this talking about the Snark that was made like as a test to see if Reddit would shut it down while still not shutting down the H3 Snark? Wasn't that what this was? Yeah, they like made a Snark. It was like a complete like tongue-in-cheek thing, and it got taken down by Reddit like pretty quickly. Not the Snark. It's pretty wild what they reference in here. Yeah, Reddit itself has found H3 controlled subreddits guilty of harassment on its platform. Yeah. The Snark. I'm pretty sure that's what they mean, but I don't think they make it clear in here. Okay, Ethan lays a trap. This is another one of their big theories. But again, how does any of this relate to the subpoena? TEI promotes Nuke heavily as a controversial piece and registers copyrights. Okay. First of all, I love that they call the content nuke a motion picture. That's probably just like the technical phrase. But I just love thinking about it as like a Christopher Nolan motion picture. TEI submitted a copyright registration application with the United States Copyright Office. This is important because here it says January 27th is when the copyright registration application was submitted to the United States Copyright Office. But later in this, it says the copyright they didn't pursue copyright until after Denims reacted, which is not true. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, here it is. I put it in red because I'm smart. Only after TEI discovered that Denims, in fact, did what Ethan prodded them to do, watch Nuke and react to it. So only after Denims watched and reacted to the nuke did TEI register a countdown with the USCO. And I guess Countdown was like the first. That was like the podcast leading up to the nuke. But that doesn't make sense unless that's like separate. I just thought that was weird. But maybe I'm reading that wrong. This is a lot. Okay. The nuke is largely compromised. It's comprised. Indeed, of the full 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 5 seconds. Oh, this is them criticizing the amount of transformative content in the nuke. Approximately 5 minutes, 58.5 seconds contains only original or new TEI content. And about 1 minute, 1.5 seconds of nuke consists only of new TEI content. What? Only original or new. Oh, okay, gotcha. I said 1, this isn't true, and 2, it doesn't give Denims or anyone else the right to sit there and watch the whole thing as a market substitute. Right? I mean, it was clearly transformative. It was clearly transformative. He spent hours and hours and hours on it. I also asked if the use of pre-existing footage being a staggering amount, if that's a legal amount, or is it still fair use? Too bad you didn't look at the Matt Haas case, because then you would know the answer to that. Okay, TEI controlled spaces such as the H3 podcast official YouTube channel's live chat and comment section, as well as the H3 official subreddit, had grown increasingly hostile toward criticism. And that's what I said again. So they just had to be snarkers, right? There was no middle ground. They had to like morph into not just fallen fans, but like malignant detractors that are just either perpetrating lies or hosting them or approving of them or looking the other way. Had to register it later because it was live. It takes time for it to go through. Ah, okay, thank you. So yeah, so they were trying to relate the countdown, the live stream, to basically saying like it was done retroactively to fuck Denims. But according to Jay, it couldn't be filed, because it was live, right? So that's after the fact. All right. Welcome, Manasa. We're still pretty early in this. Oh, yeah. Okay, so they just had to become snarkers. Following the publication of the nuke, Ethan himself publicly broadcast the nuke in full on a continuous 24/7 loop on Twitch, starting from March 5th to April 4th, 2025. It's his content. He's allowed to do that. And also, why did they end up taking it down? Was this the video that got taken off Twitch because of terrorist sentiments when it was Hassan doing stuff? Am I right about that? Dude, my wife gave me the best socks today. And my feet are cold and I wish I could find them. Okay. So the reason it came down on April 4th was because the content that Ethan was criticizing and critiquing in the nuke was deemed unacceptable by Twitch, but Twitch allows it when Hassan does it himself. Crazy point to make, right? Wow, you talk about copyright and you put your own video out on your own platform? What are we doing? Denim's Live Reacts does facilitate safe criticism and foster conversation. Okay. The subreddit received sharp increases in user submissions and anticipated reactions to nuke, with community members expressing hesitation to watch it directly from H3TEI out of fear of retaliation. That is not why y'all didn't want to watch it via H3. And we know that because look, how to watch the content nuke without giving it views. What was the plan for the content nuke? I know everyone wants to see the disaster when it comes out, but we don't want to give him views, right? Watch or don't watch. I don't even want to give them a hate view. Their views are still pretty high, and I feel 1/4 to 1/3 of the people are hate watching due to all the drama. Nowhere am I seeing, I'm scared for my life. I'm scared for retaliation. You guys, just stop lying. Just stop lying. Seems like views are still way down celebrating. This isn't even the nuke, but just celebrating views being low. Okay. So yeah, I didn't see anywhere that they were worried about retaliation, but maybe I missed it. And a desire to collectively react through alternate streams that aligned with the subreddit's atmosphere. And I said the atmosphere as in not giving Ethan money or views. That's the atmosphere. Let's see. To manage this activity surge and to consolidate discourse, Doe's created mega threads. And if people don't know what Doe's means, that is like the Jane and John Doe's, the currently anonymous subreddit moderators who are filing this motion to quash. Okay, so the Doe's created mega threads, which had links to creators' public homepages, not to specific videos. And I said, and what did they say in those? Oh, wait, hold on. There's more. Links to their public homepages who had already announced their intent to react. And I said, and what did they say in those announcements to react? Might they have said, watch me instead of H3? Because that's what it said in the subreddit. Here we go. The mega threads were created for users to engage with the content indirectly. Yeah. Yeah. That's one way of saying copyright infringement, while controlling traffic and maintaining community guidelines. In other words, discussion threads. But that's not what was happening. That may have been happening, but you also pinned like 10 people who were going to stream the content nuke. Like, you guys just weren't careful. The first mega thread, post January 30th, states Doe's intentions of providing a space to discuss the nuke. Sure, let's look at it. Here's their intentions. Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. AKA watch the nuke without giving the views to H3. Here's a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly or citing our posts in their own critiques of H3. If you're planning to watch along with any of them, we ask you that you carry our sub's rules into those spaces too. What does that mean? You don't link to your rules there. Feel free to check it out. Happy snarking from your prospective bunkers. Please feel free to share links to other streams creators and react yourselves down below. So they're saying share other people who are going to watch it so you don't have to give H3 your views. Allegedly, that's what they're saying, in my opinion. Wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Oh my God. It's right there. And then later in this, or maybe it's in the declaration, they try to make it seem like this sentence is completely unrelated to this sentence. We just said an observation and then said another sentence that had nothing to do with the first one. Because that's how people talk. Like, come on, guys. Okay. On the thread, while instructing users to abide by the subreddit rules, including those on copyright and fair use, does not explicitly say anything about copyright and fair use. What it says is if you go to those spaces, behave appropriately, right? That's what it's saying here. If you're planning to watch along with any of them, we ask that you carry our subs rules into those spaces too. That's nothing about the actual streamers and how they're behaving. Nowhere does it say, heads up, some of these might be not fair use. Like, please. Okay, then we saw this piece, which we have debunked because this is about Countdown. I was like, what the fuck is Countdown? Countdown is the live stream, so it was impossible. It was impossible to register it before it existed. And it existed the same day the nuke was dropped. So then it took a couple of days. That just happened to coincide with the fact that Denims had already reacted because she reacted like the same day. So obviously it would have been a few days after, but they didn't do it to like retroactively fuck Denims. She did enough of that to herself. TEI has never before this year registered copyrights in its broadcast or any other work before. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant. Why does that matter? They can start to do copyright at any point. Right? Okay, so the second mega thread posted on January 31st. This is our Countdown. I was like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Girl with a mic, Vivian. When is she calling in?
Thank you, Vivian.
Vivian just gave $9.99. Our queen. Clapping emoji. 2 hearts emoji.
Was this written by a child? They didn't have a camera last time this house was robbed. So good. Yeah, everybody in chat, Melanie, is just giving their opinions. If I'm not mistaken, as a copyright holder, Ethan had a legal responsibility to protect his intellectual property or he could lose his copyright. Yeah. Like, that's so funny that they're like, he didn't use... Oh, Jesus. Fat raccoon. Welcome. I love a fat raccoon. You do not need to file for a copyright to have copyright protection. Your created work is protected as soon as you make it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, there's so much to do. Okay, VODs. I just highlighted that because I was like, shout out. Video VODs on demand. The sole purpose of these mega thread posts, these are like the posts where they listed all the streamers, was to facilitate a lawful real-time commentary and critique. And I just quoted them without showing support for H3. Is that lawful? Is that lawful? The Does themselves did not watch any of the streamers live reacting, including Denims. And I said, so what did they watch? And also, how can we prove that? How can that be proven? That feels to me like an open door for Ethan's lawyer to walk through. because that's a huge assertion, right? That's them saying that they have no relationship with the actual original content, right? Or any of the streams otherwise. One of them said she didn't watch it at all. Okay, of these categories, only the mega threat allegations directly relate to the alleged inducement. Okay, well, if that's true, then that's something. Right? Like, you're admitting that there's at least one valid claim, and I have a feeling that the lawyers disagree with you on the other ones. First, the complaint ignores the text and context of the megathreads. The actual text shows the purpose of providing a safe environment to discuss and criticize H3. Without supporting H3 is purpose and intent, is what I said. Right? Like, you presented a problem. You presented this problem. We've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support. Here's a list. Problem, solution. What is more intent than that? Like, stop, like, be for real. You were trying to be helpful in a way, in your own special way, because you hate Ethan. But what you didn't fully anticipate is that you were breaking the fucking law. Okay, the links within mega threads were to each streamer's general channel. Oh, this is very interesting. The links within the mega threads were to each streamer's general channel, not to any specific content alleged to be infringing at the time of posting. This is such a bullshit argument because later they say, what? We linked to H3 channel, so we weren't committing copyright infringement. It's like, well, you didn't link to specific videos. So, like, you can't have it both ways. And I said, of course it wasn't to the content directly. The content didn't exist yet because they were live reacting to it, right? You can't send them to a live feed that doesn't exist yet, right? So of course you're sending them to Denim's homepage on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, because her reaction doesn't exist yet. But eventually it would be. Eventually it would be up. And if people clicked while she was live, then that would be the first thing they saw. Like, just a foolish argument, in my opinion. Second, the complaint's allegations about Doe's knowledge of alleged infringement are false. And I said, without showing support for H3, right? It's the same thing. How can you say you didn't know you were doing infringement when you literally, without showing support for H3? Literally, that's where the infringement is. The first mega thread was made before Countdown and Nuke, i.e. before Denim's reacted to them. And I said, so you admit it. There was no way to link to her actual content, so they had to send people to her landing page. It's like getting the answers to a multiple choice test further into the test in this thing. Yeah, so they were posted before, so they couldn't send them to something that didn't exist. No Doe coordinated with Denim's in any manner regarding Denim's stream of the nuke. And I said, open door for discovery to prove this? Because how can they assert that without showing proof? I don't know. I don't know if the burden of proof is on them as the defendants. TEI has agreed to limit the subpoena's requests so that the SCA is not implicated. And I said, okay, so this point is invalid because it says the subpoenas ask for information that could be construed as violating the Stored Communications Act and for non-mod information. So, and then it says they've agreed to limit the subpoena's request so the SCA isn't implicated. So this is nothing because they're not doing it. Good job. Good job, H3, for not doing that. TEI never notified Doe's. This one's very interesting. That we said it earlier that in one of the cases, they required that the people had to be notified that their information was like copyright infringement. So here's this section. Contrary to TEI's allegations, Doe's did not delete the mega threads to conceal infringement. The posts are still available online. And I just ask because I don't know. Have these been public the whole time, though? Or was there a period where they were made private or hidden in some way? I don't know. Again, That feels like something Discovery would be interested in, but again, I don't know the rules. The mega threads were not posted amidst rampant copyright infringement on H3 Snark. Doe's discouraged copyright infringement, including through subreddit rules and automod copyright disclaimer. And I said buried in terms, like in their, their fine print, while saying publicly without showing support for H3, which is copyright infringement. So are you discouraging it? Or are you not only encouraging it, but also like framing it kind of morally? Like you can watch it here and not give them any views. Or were they edited, removing the infringement links? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'd need to see the edit history, right? Because the posts are as they first were, but were they always? I feel like it says edited somewhere. Oh, edit. There's an edit here. But I don't know. Again, that's something that we can't know, and neither can the judge, right? Unless something is revealed. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, on the day TEI filed, Ethan admitted that the release of Nuke was a deliberate trap intended to lure streamers into reacting to his work, stating the trap was set and it worked even better than I imagined. And I said the video release was not the day TEI filed for copyright. On the day TEI filed, yeah, like I feel like that's the timeline of this is off. The day they filed for copyright, he admitted the release was a trap. That's not what happened. This sentence is in the follow-up to the nuke, right? The I'm suing 3 creators, I believe. Okay. Ethan has repeatedly stated his intent to pursue legal action to discover Doe's identities, but for reasons other than alleged copyright infringement. And I said, none of this means they didn't infringe on copyright or encourage that infringement. And none of this means they deserve to have their identities kept anonymous. Right? I mean, they're just trying to use they're trying to paint Ethan in a certain light that makes it seem like he wants their information for nefarious reasons. But I don't know if that's grounds to quash the subpoena. Unclear. Again, there's a lot of gray area constitutionally about this. So, notably, TEI takes no issue with another streamer who, like Denims, reacted to the nuke. And basically they're saying XQC is more unpopular, had more viewers, and reacted for less time. But I said he has been critical of XQC's lack of commenting, right? He did a whole thing where he dragged him for it. And I said XQC provided more criticism than Denims did. And they talk a little bit more about it later, but just because basically what they did is they took the length of the original video and then the length of Denims' reaction and XQC's reaction and just used the extra amount as the amount they reacted. But the quality of the reaction also has to matter, right? If she's just pausing it and staring or giggling and XQC is actually talking, those are 2 very different reactions, right? Any snarkers watching from the Pacific Northwest, go to a river or creek nearby, watch the salmon return for spawning, and contemplate life and the choices you have made. Ugh. Can we talk about, we don't have time to talk about the undamming of rivers, because that's a pet project of mine. I'm obsessed with rivers being undammed and salmon just flooding back right away, like nature just healing itself. But that's a different story for a different day. Oh, and I also said, Ethan is allowed to sue whoever he wants. He doesn't have to sue every single person who watched his video and didn't critique to a certain level. He doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do that. This is also wrong. Ethan is also known for legally targeting those who disagree with him. This is literally the first time he's suing people. Because guess what? They use fucking Triller, the Triller lawsuit and the Kavanaugh lawsuit as examples of Ethan legally targeting people. But then they say Ethan filed an anti-slap motion, which means he was the one being legally targeted. That's what anti-slap is. Using the legal system for intimidation, right? He was not legally targeting Ryan Kavanaugh. Ryan Kavanaugh sued him twice. He was the one that was targeted. Okay. Ethan has personally made the following threats against Doe's. Listen, guys, at this point, you are totally fucked. There's a subpoena that's going to come. You can't erase your data. We're going to get your IP address and find your information. I mean, that's what's going to happen, right? Like, that's like just factual steps to this lawsuit. Yeah, none of this is addressing the test for copyright infringement. Exactly. Yeah, this is all just, it's all just like trying to discredit Ethan's motives, but that has nothing to do, like, this is like 2 layers deep, right? This is not about even the copyright infringement case. This is about the subpoena for their identities. And none of this is talking about that. At this point, yeah, he basically is just saying what's going to happen, like the next steps. I don't see how that's like some sort of a threat. If there's any justice in the world, H3 Snark mods will lose everything that they care about, and I will be the one who makes them lose those things through legal means, through any legal means. Also, how is that a threat? I mean, it's like wishing for something to happen. I will spend and go to any limit to legally and within the scope of the law is allowed to annihilate you for any cost because you people are evil, you people are disgusting. That one's pretty bad. That one's pretty bad, right? I mean, he said a lot of stuff. Stuff that I wouldn't have said, right? But also, does any of this discount him getting the information on the basis of needing the information to effectively move forward with the lawsuit? I don't know. But he does keep saying he's doing it legally, right? He's not saying I'm going to like go around the law just to make your lives miserable. There's no limit to what I will do legally to destroy their lives proudly and happily. I will do it, and I will stand proud on their fucking proverbial grave in terms of their career. I mean, lots of couching there. Again, not necessarily things I would say out loud. But here's the full context, because of course they're never going to give you the full context, right? Here's what he said right before that happened, right before he said that about legally destroying them.
Listen, I'm not doxing anybody, okay?
Listen, I'm not doxing anybody. So all this stuff later where they're scared for their lives and scared for their bodily safety is I think overblown.
I'm not doing anything illegal. It's all above the board. These people have done everything in their life to damage me, my reputation, my business, the people I love, the people I work with. There's no limit that what I will do legally to destroy their lives proudly and happily. I will do it, and I will stand proud on their fucking proverbial grave. In terms of like their career.
Metaphorical. Right.
Yeah. Very proverbial.
Yeah.
No physical harm.
No.
Intended.
Right. And so it's clear, and hopefully the judge watches like the full piece of it. Like, he's not doing this because he's been criticized. He's doing this because he and his family and his crew and people related to his crew have been nonstop harassed by these people in Snark, right? It's not, oh, they criticized me and so I need to silence them. It's, y'all have made my life a living hell. And also, you stole my content. So yes, I'm going to go after you. And no, I'm not going to go after XQC because I can choose who I go after. Like, if you want to be treated better, be nicer, be kinder. Fucking hell. So yeah, I said legally is right there, and let's talk about why he was this angry. And this was before CPS was even called, so he just got angrier and more determined. Ethan has made it clear that his motive is not to seek redress for alleged infringement. That's not true. But to punish and expose Doe's because he believes they are responsible for harassment against him. They are not, and TEI's lawsuit is a pretext. And I said, have not proven that for sure. The judge ain't reading all that, yeah. Okay. Does have legitimate fears of being unmasked. Specifically, Does fear potentially being attacked or worse, killed over moderating a subreddit. These worries extend to all family and friends connected to Does. Does fear their professional lives being ruined? Potential sexual violence? I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? First of all, again, I don't think any of us want or need or are deserving of having these people's personal information. I don't want it. Hopefully none of you want it either. This should be just for the legal purposes. So if there's a way to seal it, then fucking seal it. Right? Meanwhile, the subreddit's posting like pictures of Ethan's house, the address of the fucking studio, right? Like, but shipping skulls to their personal address, allegedly, potentially. So it's hard for me to feel too bad. Because honestly, they are just feeling the same fears that like literally everyone on the crew has been feeling. And nobody should have to feel that way. But to say that you're worried that being exposed will cause people to essay you, I don't understand that. I don't understand the link there. And they don't really prove that link later on. If their real names are revealed, these does and their families face a real risk of being doxxed, stalked, harassed, even though Ethan said, I'm not about doxing people. I'm not going to dox people. That's not what this is about. As has happened to others in similar situations. In this climate, unmasking does would expose them to significant and unjustified danger. Again, I said no one public needs their information. Just keep it for the court so they can get to the bottom of the copyright infringement. Because they think that Ethan needs it or wants it so he can like target them. But based on everything in here, they're asserting a lot of things that we can't know, and the judge can't know if it's true or not without seeing private messages to see what their private motivations are, right? Because intent is like a huge piece of the infringement, whether or not they're acting in good faith, right? Ethan, in fact, invited the harm he complains of, victim blaming, by encouraging others to watch and react to the nuke. Yeah, God forbid you promote your own video. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I said, those who were not invited to watch the nuke uncritically, Denham's, Casey Tron, and Frogan, right? He invited Hassan to watch it, and that's why Hassan didn't get sued. He did not invite Denham's, Casey Tron, and Frogan to watch it. And they keep coming back to this like, oh, he was making it sound so good, we had to watch it. That was the trap. The trap was that he was promoting it on his show and teasing it and then putting it off and like edging them. It's weak. It's weak. I wonder. Okay. So standard for unmasking anonymous speaker. Again, like I said at the top, the precedent is very unclear. It's very amorphous from what I've been able to dig up this weekend. The First Amendment protects a person's right to speak anonymously on the internet. And I said it doesn't protect them from committing copyright infringement via speech. Right? There's like these two issues at play, and no one has really settled where that line is. Like, yeah, the Supreme Court said you can't do that. Like, you can't infringe on copyright through speech, but it's up to Congress or the courts to determine where the boundary is, and it doesn't seem like it's been decided. It's just like different judges kind of doing what they want. Thus, when a party seeks discovery to unmask an anonymous speaker, The test the court uses depends on the nature of the conduct alleged. So this is when they actually start looking into like the anonymous stuff. And I said, you opened several other doors to discovery / necessity of their information in this motion. Like in my opinion, there was already grounds for this kind of discovery. But then throughout this, there are all these assertions about what these people did or didn't do in private. How are we supposed to know if any of that's true or if y'all are lying to cover your ass because you think that this kind of stuff won't get exposed? I don't know. We're almost through, guys. This is where I got bored. What was all this? Why didn't I cover any of this? Let me see. Oh, this is just going over like the case law, and it's like it's literally just like, it's not even saying anything related to the case. It's just going over like different examples. And I talk a little bit about Highfields later. So we'll get to that. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we go. The Highfields test. Okay. Here, Doe's acted in furtherance of their First Amendment right to speak anonymously on the internet. And I said, up until they committed copyright infringement. Nuke and Countdown are controversial, politically charged pieces, sparking commentary and criticism. Indeed, the purpose of H3 Snark and Megathreads was to provide a safe space for commentary about H3. And I said, without supporting H3. A safe space is fine, but when you direct people away from the original content, even if you think you're doing it for a moral reason, that's copyright infringement. And TEI is within their right to fucking sue you. It doesn't matter if Ethan hates you. He's still within his right to sue you. You should, I mean, if you knew Ethan hated you, you probably should have been more careful. Like, I don't know what to say. The TEI cannot meet, oh, that's just like a spelling error. I thought was funny. In the Ninth Circuit, a defendant contributorily infringes if it one has not, okay, so this is contributory infringement. And from what I understand, again, stupid bitch, what I understand, contributory infringement is like indirect infringement. It's like you are contributing to infringement. You aren't doing it yourself, right? So that's them like allegedly directing these people toward a different source so as not to support H3, right? So that's what they're trying to back up here, that it's that they don't have enough substance for the claim of contributory infringement. Also, I would love to see like a snarker side read through this and see how they see it and what makes sense to them, what doesn't, and if they think it's solid. I think that would be interesting. And like a real reaction like this, not like just, oh my God, can you believe this? All right. Ninth Circuit, a defendant contributorily infringes if it, one, has knowledge of a third party's infringing activity. Literally said, watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators. Again, they couldn't know either way, right? And I mean, maybe that's their argument. They couldn't know either way if it was going to be, but they did offer it as a solution. And they didn't update it when they realized that it was copyright infringement. They left them up. They didn't mark it as copyright infringement or anything, right? So at some point they did know. At some point they did know and had knowledge of the infringing activity. And two, induces, causes, or materially contributes to the infringing conduct. Like you literally pinned it at the top of the subreddit, my dude. This is his first time. Yes, it's his first time suing, which makes this statement. Dun, 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 where is it, motherfucker? Here it is. Which makes this statement entirely fucking false. Ethan is known for legally targeting those who disagree with him. And then the examples they give are him being sued twice. Not him legally targeting anyone. Okay, we did that. We did that. Okay. In addition to establish contributory liability, a plaintiff must first establish direct infringement by third parties. I mean, yeah, that's been established in my opinion, right? The third parties being Denham's, Casey, Trown, and Frogan. But maybe not, because it hasn't been ruled as copyright infringement. So does that have to happen first? I don't know. Maybe that has to happen first. Maybe this is like now contingent on that lawsuit. The thread is still up. Yeah, well, I mean, they can't take it down now. That would be spoliation of evidence, right? Is that the way you say it? Yeah, they can't remove it. Okay. The plaintiff must put forth evidence that the defendant had specific knowledge of specific infringing content and then failed to take simple measures to prevent further damage. Hello, Ethan's lawyers. None of these, 3 of which are by your measure, copyright infringement, none of them have been noted here, right? There's no asterisk. There's nothing saying, hey, guys, there's not a ton of commentary here, so we don't want to promote it. There's no line through it or anything. To me, that speaks to knowledge, that they know that these are under investigation for copyright infringement, and they didn't do anything about it, right? Again, though, is that contingent on them actually being found liable? I have no idea. Simply facilitating infringement without knowledge of direct infringement by third parties will not result in secondary liability. And I said they absolutely knew infringement was happening, in my opinion. And this seems like another reason to see their private messages. Because, of course, they're not going to say openly, hey, guys, go check out these people that are infringing on Ethan's copyright. But what were they saying in the background? Hey, guys, who can we share that isn't giving that won't give Ethan views, right? That's just an example that I don't know, probably didn't happen, right? Without knowledge of direct infringement. The only thing that could go to knowledge would be either what's published publicly or what they have said in private messages. I feel like that needs more evidence, but I don't know if that's possible to get. The mega threads clearly state that Doe's understood that Denham's would be reacting. Oops, pause.
Girl with a microphone is in chat.
Thank you, Troy.
Troy G just gave $4.99. I have read up on this judge who is on this case.
Yep.
He is no joke. Super smart, and this case is right up his alley.
Yeah, his specialty is cyber stuff like this. Hang on, let me look him up really quickly because that is important. Thank you for bringing that up. I think it's Sue is his last name. Is this him? Is this him? Is this him? I think this is him. He looks familiar. Wesley Sue. Went to Yale. Shout out. And yeah, somewhere in here it talks about his specialty is like cyber crimes. Or maybe it's on another page. Oh, here we go. Computer hacking and identity theft. Yeah, he does a lot of cyber stuff. Pirating. Ooh, peephole's gross. Yeah. So yeah, Judge Sue is definitely the real deal. And it'll be good to have him at the head of the case and not someone who doesn't really understand the landscape, you know? Okay. So again, the mega threads clearly state that Doe's understood that Denham's would be reacting to Nuke and Countdown, engaging in commentary and criticism, to not support H3 without supporting H3, right? They weren't like, ooh, yes, go to Denham's for the riveting the riveting response, it was without showing to watch the video without showing support for H3. Just gotta leave that thread open. Doze did not watch Denims' stream. I said open door again because how can you prove that? How are we supposed to believe that? Okay, Doze did not view Denims' stream when it was live. Again, how do we know that? TEI did not send Doze a demand to remove the links. I don't know if that's, I don't know if that's true. It says TEI did not notify Doze that it considered Denims' use to be infringing. I mean, that could be true, but I don't know if that's like the only criterion that matters. Criterion that matters. Or if it's like a collection of things like the good faith or bad faith, the harm and all that other shit. There's like we saw, there's like a bunch of tests to whether or not it's contributory infringement. And so they didn't notify Doze, but that's only like, I also don't think that that is required from what I was reading in the different cases. It's just the way one judge decided to do it. Maybe that's enough of a precedent. I don't know. Like that was his bar to clear. And I don't know if this judge will be the same way. TEI was copyright striking things though, but not this video specifically. TAI did not notify Doze indirectly through a DMCA takedown notice because Doze had no way of knowing and did not in fact know of specific infringement. Again, how to watch it without supporting H3. Knowledge requirement is not satisfied. Yes, that's like a piece of it, but it's not like the whole story. The TEI cannot show that Doze induced, caused, or materially contributed to any direct infringement. Okay, girl. The next question is whether creating a discussion thread, which includes a link to a streamer's channel, contributes to or constitutes contributory infringement. Well, it's not just a discussion thread and it's not just a link, right? Like the purpose is very clear. The thread, the entire purpose of the thread, it was not to react to the content on the thread. It was, you guys want links to people who are reacting to Ethan's content so you don't have to give him views. Here are some of ours. And then the discussion was people adding more people to the list that you could watch instead of giving Ethan and H3 views. That's not like just a random discussion. This is literally just people admitting to copyright infringement, right? And we saw it in the other place too, where they're like, how do we watch it without giving views? How do we watch it without giving views, right? Okay, TEI alleges that Doze promoted Denims as a substitute to watching the nuke. Oops. Yeah, kinda, in my opinion. And created and pinned the mega threads in coordination with Denims to direct users to Denims group. If they're alleging that, I don't know why. Unless they have some sort of evidence. If TEI is saying that the mods and Denims were working together, I imagine they have proof of that. But I don't know. Obviously, they're not going to show the proof in this, but I don't know why they would say that. I don't think they need to say that. I don't think they need to have that as a layer unless they're sure of it. So I don't know. Doze created the mega threads to centralize and facilitate discussion about the works and reactions thereto. Wasn't even live yet. And they say that over and over. It wasn't live yet. So how was this a discussion thread, right? It didn't even really become a discussion thread. Please feel free to share links to other streams creators and react yourselves down below. But that's not what they did. The mega threads were pinned in a routine moderation practice to make topic-specific threads accessible and visible for the users of the subreddit. Sure. One of the mega threads linked directly to H3's own broadcast of the nuke, debunking TEI's theory that the purpose was to divert traffic away from it. this was where they keep going back to, when it's them, it's not copyright infringement because they didn't link to a specific video. But when it's H3's content, it's good enough to just direct them to the H3 page and not a video specifically. Just feels like there's like a double standard happening. Doe's megathreads were not an essential step in the infringement process because they weren't the only way people were infringing. I don't think that's possible to prove, right? Not an essential step. Does that mean it's like the only one? They were not good for nothing else but encouraging or assisting Denim's alleged infringement. Yeah, it was good for also encouraging Frogan's alleged infringement, Casey Tron's alleged infringement. Maybe these other people, I do not know. They were not also sued. You're right. They did more than just help people infringe in the direction of Denim, allegedly. TEI cannot show any coordination between Doe's and Denim's or any other streamer streamer whatsoever, and there was none. Again, of course they can't show it if I would imagine these things would happen privately, right? So if TEI is really alleging that, again, I mean, they have to have proof. And if not, is this something that would open a door? Again, I don't know what the requirements are for that. Oh my God. Okay, Eldred versus Ashcroft. Okay, indeed, copyright's purpose is to promote the creation and publication of free expression. And they cite Eldred versus Ashcroft. And here is what we were talking about, just in better terms. In most cases, courts fail to distinguish between the two kinds of conflict and address only one of them. So free speech versus copyright infringement, or in some cases confuse them altogether. Once we observe that there are two kinds of conflict and that they are often confused or not even recognized, this is like a commentary on the Eldred case. We can rephrase the conflict argument and its denial. The conflict argument aims, blah, blah, blah. Eldred is no exception. The plaintiffs raised arguments on both the internal and external levels. The internal copyright argument was rejected due to the court's deference to Congress. See, this is like the court deferring to Congress. And then it went to the Supreme Court and nothing fucking happened. The external free speech argument was internalized, but withdrawing some crucial lines, which are explored in the article. Right. So the crucial lines are still kind of blurry. The crucial lines between like the end of your First Amendment rights and the beginning of someone else's copyright infringement. It's still not completely clear. And Eldred was like one of the cases where they wrestled with this, but there just aren't that many. There aren't that many. Added another chapter regarding the relationship between copyright law and freedom of speech that has been in the writing for the past 3 decades. So it's gone back and forth. And this is actually, Eldred specifically was about extending copyright past the existing term. So like, I think before it was like 75 years after something is written or created, it goes into the public domain. And this was about extending the life, like the copyright life of creative material beyond the initial the initial terms. So it's not even really fully related. It's kind of like tangentially related because it's about copyright and freedom of speech, but it's like it's not the same because it's about public domain, which is not anywhere close, right? Not anywhere close. My brain is fucking mush. What else do we got in here? This is all just like repetitive shit for the most part. Let's see. This factor asks whether consumers treat the challenge's use as a market replacement for the original or a market complement that does not impair demand for the original. I don't think what Frogan and Casey Tron and Denim's did can be seen as a market complement, in my opinion. Maybe that's just my opinion. It was certainly not helpful. They like to say it's helpful, right? That they got all these views, but it doesn't mean that there wouldn't have been more views if there weren't all of these market substitutes out there. I love you, girly, but I checked the fuck out what happened. Pfft. I'm blacked out too. I'm just reading. What's happening? Everyone being nice. Are live bong rips considered market compliments? You know, that's for a judge to decide. Okay, effects on potential market. This is, I said, well, you're screwed because of part 2 here. Effect on potential market requires courts to consider not only the extent of market harm caused by the particular actions, so not just the number of views that they lost because of this, but also whether this kind of conduct, if unrestricted and widespread, would result in a substantially adverse impact on the potential market. So if this kind of behavior would set a dangerous precedent for copyright infringement, that counts as effect on the market. That counts as you trying to fuck the market. So I said, you're screwed. You're screwed with that one. Here, there's little to no market effect on Nuke because the viewers watching Denim's stream would not have watched the Nuke anyway. And I said, ooh,
She's
we'll
so funny.
Stephen Mix
Thank
just
you.
gave $1.99. Ty for mushing your brain for us. Here is $2.
Thank you, Steven. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm definitely sleeping in tomorrow because we're not even at the declarations yet. I'm going to finish this doc and then I'm going to take a pee-pee break, get some more water. I kind of want to get a tea. I might boil some water and get some tea. And then I will come back and we will do the declarations. But let's finish this out. Here, there's little to no market effect on Nuke because the viewers would have watched. They wouldn't have watched it anyway. And so I said, because they would have illegally watched it elsewhere, like instead of Denim's, and what would have happened if no market substitutes existed? You think they wouldn't have viewed the original? You think they didn't already? Like, these snarkers, right? They have mega threads for every single episode of H3. They are watching every single week. If you think they wouldn't watch the original content, Nuke, if that was the only way to watch it, you're insane. That doesn't make any sense. They wouldn't have watched it. You can't, to assume tens of thousands of viewers wouldn't watch it anyway is not within the realm of possibility for this lawyer to assert. That doesn't make any sense. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. How can you say that? How can you speak on behalf of tens of thousands of people? They wouldn't have watched it anyway. Denim's reaction scathingly criticized the works. Scathingly? Would we say that? Would we say she's capable of that level of criticism? Okay, and here's where they say, but anyway, it's not really copyrighted because it's not good enough to be copyrighted. It's not original enough to be copyrighted. Again, so they're trying to like dismiss or discredit the actual existence of copyright so they aren't charged with contributory copyright infringement, right? Doesn't make fucking sense. Even if TEI had met its initial burden, the balance of harm weighs in favor of does. So at the end, they pull out the violin. I said only if their paranoid predictions of the outcome are true, right? Because we don't know what the outcome is going to be. And like I've said, I don't, and hopefully the rest of the H3 community doesn't want to know who these people are. I just want all of this to stop, right? I just want people to stop being disgusting online. And also like making it really, really personal and gross. That's what I want. I want this to stop. You know? That is what I want. If Doe's motion is not granted, Doe's requests a protective order. A court may limit and specify conditions on production, including to protect a party from embarrassment, oppression, or undue burden. Great. Do the protective order. Do whatever is needed, right? Doe's reserve their right to seek their attorney's fees. TEI brought its suit against Doe's for an improper purpose, and TEI's claim, well, they have not proven that at all. They've just said, yeah, well, in addition to the copyright stuff, he just like hates them. That's not an improper purpose. And TEI's claims are obviously insufficient under the law. Are they? Would we say obviously? I don't think that they are. But we'll see. Highfields, I do not think backs you up on this, girly pop. Yeah, so I guess they want their fees back if the stuff is thrown out. So there's that. Well, guys, that's the first half. The next part is much shorter. But these are some of my little notes that I wrote, which we also talked a lot about. Like I said, the precedent doesn't seem to exist for this exact situation, right? The cases they're pulling from, one of them is like a public domain case. And there seem to be very murky definitions of where the First Amendment ends and copyright begins. And it's often left up to either the judge or Congress. And like I said at the top, I don't know how far this will go, but could this be a precedent-setting motion? I don't know. That would be insane, though, if Ethan ends up as part of a Supreme Court case. And like I said, I don't need, want, or merit knowing the names or even the real internet handles of these people. I don't care. I don't want to know. What I do want to know related to this lawsuit is who these people have been in contact with, collaborating with behind the scenes, if anybody, specifically on the infringement, right? Because they're saying there was no contact with Denims, there was no contact with other streamers. Is that true? I'd also like to know the level of intent they privately expressed when it came to stealing views from H3 while creating these mega threads. Like, what if they say it was just the purpose was just to give information and it's not related and we weren't saying to go and not watch the video? I'd like to know if that's true, if to whatever degree we can. And then also if they admit privately to watching streams that stole the content. If this stuff gets released, what we could also see secondarily would be the participation, the wider participation of these mods in coordinated online harassment campaigns against the crew. Might see the names of other people that are directly related in that stuff. If they're modding other H3 hate channels, if their interactions, might see their interactions with streamers that are, in active beefs with Ethan, like Hassan, the people he's suing, who knows who else. Obviously, this is all like speculation, right? But these are things that could come out if we got that, if Ethan gets that information. And also, if any, their potential involvement in offline harassment, like the CPS call, the Skulls threatening Love with his visa getting taken away, things like that. Like how much did they know that this was happening? What did they know? What did they ignore? What did they facilitate or signal boost, right? Okay, I'm gonna go boil some water and take a pee-pee break. I'll be back in like 5-7 minutes. Does that sound good? Thank you everybody for hanging in. And when I get back, we will read the words of the Snark mods. Okay? All right. I'll see y'all in 5 to 7 minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back. We got sleepy time tea. And these delicious little maple cookies. Have y'all ever had these? They're little maple cookies. They're filled with maple cream. They're so fucking good. I'm a slut for maple. It was only 4 minutes? How are we doing after that? How are things in chat? More things okay? They're so good. I like the ones that have the white cream in the middle better, but these are still really good. I missed a lot. We laughed, we cried. All right, well, first of all, let's give a huge shout out to the mods. I totally forgot that I was supposed to put it on subs only, so I'm sorry if things got crazy for a bit. Thank you all for your time, because yeah, y'all are volunteers at this point, and I really appreciate you. Every single one of you. Okay. I can't drink this yet because it's going to burn the shit out of my mouth. So I'm just going to leave it. Okay. Now, let's read the statements. I went about this the same way. Thank you to all the new subs as well. Woo! I went about this in the same way where I read it through, highlighted things, and put some comments and questions. And again, I am not a lawyer. I am just a stupid bitch, and these are my opinions. Okay. Let's make sure that looks good. Okay. And there's no threat of doxing anybody in this because they are all anonymous. And that's the whole point of this. All right. So this is the declarations. I have 2 of them. I don't know if there are more because it just didn't download. It didn't download the whole thing into it. But here we go. This is all just like background stuff and throat clearing, which we don't care about. I can already feel in my throat. So this is number 1. I, unnamed Doe, using my Reddit name H3Snark mod team. I said, so fucking embarrassing. Like, imagine that being in a lawsuit. Imagine your, like, shit posting handle being in a lawsuit as, like, any kind of a professional person. Oof. Oof. Instead of my actual name. Yeah, I said so fucking embarrassing. All right. The H3Snark Reddit was created to comment on and discuss the H3 podcast, Klein and Ethan Klein. And I said, if only that were all you guys did. I'm sure you're wishing that now. I'm sure you're wishing that was really all this turned into. Right? If only we had just been an actual place to criticize H3 and didn't turn into like this huge bullying factory, life would have been so simple. That's just a spelling error. Their podcast channel on YouTube has over 18 million subscribers. So that's wrong. It's extremely wrong. I don't know what that was supposed to be. Oh no, 2.5. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. Sorry guys. The 18 is this fucking thing. The stupid things. Okay, 2.5. Yes, so that's correct. So never mind. 2.5 million. I was like, what the fuck? Sorry. All right, 2.5 million. That's better than the other one that said their main channel has, 5.5. My role as a volunteer moderator on Reddit was unpaid, and my intentions were to help facilitate healthy discussion about sensitive and controversial moments related to YouTubers Ethan and Neil Klein. I believe that maybe that was your first intention, maybe, but you joined a Snark subreddit and your name was H3 Snark Mod Team. Feels like you kind of knew that it wasn't about having healthy discussions. Like, I feel like the definition of snark needs to be addressed in this motion and maybe in the lawsuit at large. You know? Sorry if you don't like chewing. I needed a little cookie. Yeah, like, so I don't know. Are we just leaving we're just leaving like the term snark out of it? I don't know if we can separate that. Bringing this up is crazy because guess what? This has nothing to do with the case or this motion specifically, even less to do with the motion specifically. They're just using this to try to paint a picture of Ethan, right? Ethan has made some statements that resulted in YouTube suspensions during his career online. So fucking what? What does that matter? That's like immaterial, as they say. Including if there's another Holocaust and people start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben Shapiro gets gas first. And someone should bomb that building when discussing the Republican NRA convention. Now, first of all, I said Ethan's Jewish, by the way. And he was suspended for it, right? They say that. So what is the point of this? And also, I guarantee that when they were fans, and even now, they probably thought it was funny. And maybe even agreed, right? Because this is talking about like alt-right nut jobs. But now you're using that when it doesn't even add any relevant color to this story. A lot of these two statements is just like trying to discredit Ethan as a person. It's just like character assassination. The Plaintiffs stream new episodes on their H3 podcast on YouTube 4 to 5 times per week from November 1st, 2023 to May 2nd, 2025. Over 200 discussion mega threads were published. How, again, embarrassing is that? Like, y'all are deep in the trenches. Y'all are deep in the trenches. Deep in the trenches. That's your whole subreddit? That's all you guys do? Mental illness. I mean, wow, right? I was shocked by that. I didn't realize they had like live chats for every single episode. I thought they were all just kind of watching and like, I did not know that it was this organized. I feel like that's really fucking crazy. I just can't imagine being that devoted to watching something I hate that much and leaving comments. Like, I love commenting on the H3 stuff in the H3 subreddit because I enjoy the show and I like it. I can't imagine being part of like this, actively a part of any subreddit that's just like shitting on a show. I don't understand that. I don't understand. Each mega thread routinely linked directly to the plaintiff's YouTube channel landing page. And like I said, but I thought sending them to a landing page wasn't legitimate redirection to a source, right? Because when they directed to Denim's landing page, that wasn't copyright infringement because it wasn't to a specific video. But they're allowed to just route people to the general landing page, and that's considered honoring the copyright. I mean, it's their bar that they set, and it feels like they're waffling on that or creating like a double standard. Let's see. This is just like history about the whole thing. At the end of Ethan and Piker's professional relationship, much of the H3 fan base began splintering. I don't know if it was much of the fan base. It was a portion of it, which led to their viewers seeking to engage in good faith criticism and debrief the emotional and at times heated debate between Ethan and Hassan. Again, maybe it started out that way. But the moderators, the moderation of the subreddit, and also the literal name of it, the mission of it, was not good faith criticism, right? The moderation was not, certainly wasn't deleting a lot of bad faith criticism from what I can see, in my opinion, because there's a lot of it out there. Leftovers ended. The plaintiffs and their moderation team, who consist entirely... All right, so this is... The plaintiffs is H3. The plaintiffs and their moderation team, who consist entirely of paid employees. Why does that matter? I don't understand why that's mentioned. I don't understand what the implication is there. If any of you have an idea, let me know. Banned thousands of users and former fans. I also have no idea if that's true. Seems like a lot, but I have no idea. I don't know the ins and outs of the moderation of the subreddit. So maybe it is true. After H3 banned a significant segment of their own fan base, many users migrated to other spaces, and H3 Snark became the primary forum for critical discussion about the H3 podcast and its affiliated brands, including Leftovers. All right, this is all just like in my way. Oy, 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 so many sources. We love sources, though, don't we, folks? I don't know if that's the order of events. I don't know if H3 Snark only started because people got banned, right? It already existed as frenemies, too. There were already people there. I'm sure people that did get banned went and found the place, but to say they weren't already the primary forum, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know the timeline. I'm not going to speculate. Many posters explain that their bans resulted simply from voicing critique or frustration. I'm sorry. I don't know if I believe that. That doesn't make sense to me. Okay, and then they use this as some sort of evidence. In a post published on December 12th, 2023, so this is 2 months after, October 7th, right? When everything exploded. Hold up, this subreddit and the alternative H3 sub are populated with unfairly banned users. The body reads, let me get this straight. Ethan and his team give orders for the mods of the main sub to ban anyone who so much as steps a toe out of line or says anything that could be viewed as critical. Why is that included as any sort of, like, fact? Many of these people were paying members, and so they populate alternative subreddits. Then Ethan complains and calls everyone in these alternative subreddits deranged and schizos. We also don't have proof that many of these people were paying members. Like, all of this is just one random person who isn't even identified, like, their conjecture about what is going on. So I genuinely do not understand why this is even in here. Why it's important. How the fuck can H3 place blame on anyone but themselves? How are they the victims here? The post received hundreds of upvotes despite the H3 Snark subreddit having less than 2,000 members at the time. Why does it matter how popular it was on the subreddit? That doesn't give us any information, any like concrete information into who these people were, why they were there, if they were paying members. It doesn't give us any of that information. And also, none of that matters. None of that matters. It's just like sources. Okay. Okay, the following. Okay, well, plaintiffs ban a large subsection. Oh, this is them like saying that they're shutting down criticism because and using the fact that Ethan's off Twitter to justify that or to like prove that, which doesn't make sense to me. Him saying nobody can bait me into fucking arguing with them is proof that he is banning thousands of people from the subreddit. That to me is not logical. Okay. While plaintiffs banned a large subsection of the H3 audience, what is the quantity of that? How are we to know that? And migrated to Instagram stories to avoid public criticism. I'm so sick of everybody in this weird world thinking that Twitter is legitimately like the marketplace of ideas. Like, it's so weird because we all on this side fucking hate Elon Musk, right? We all agree he's a fucking Nazi. So for y'all to like say all of that, but then because you hate Ethan, to act like Twitter is the only place you can be if you love free speech and will take criticism on the chin is so disingenuous. Oh, you're just not on Twitter because you want to avoid criticism. It's like, there are a lot of reasons to not be on Twitter. And I thought we all agreed on that. So this whole weird, like, get on Twitter pussy thing is just like, it's weak. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why are you bigging up a Nazi-run platform? If they don't want to be on it, they don't have to be on it. I don't think that speaks to their character at all. But y'all think everything speaks to their character negatively. They also, this is hilarious, they also promoted H3 Snark on the podcast simply by discussing the subreddit. The plaintiff's callouts led to H3 Snark growing rapidly from 2,000 users to over 40,000. And I said, how can you prove that? How can you prove that the H3 shoutouts are what caused that? Do you have tracking links or something? Again, how does any of this relate? How is any of this material to you potentially having to give up your personal information? It's their fault. It's their fault the subreddit exists. Okay, it's still not valid to infringe on their copyright. Also, you can't prove that they got to 40K. And remember this term, over 40, or this number, over 40,000. Very interesting. Okay, in reaction to the plaintiff's antics, fan communities, including H3 Snark, communities, because, yep, let's all admit there are several, right, that were not in the beginning of all this, increasingly adopted team-based mindsets. I'm glad that they admit that they were part of the team sports, right? But so were like 5 or 6 other subs that were anti-Ethan and Hila. Led to near daily waves of polarizing criticism and controversial discussion that required careful moderation. Well, with peace and love, I think you guys were overwhelmed because there's a lot of ugly stuff on there, especially if you were saying you were conducting it in good faith. So our moderation was consistently lawful and conducted in good faith. And I said, you're auto-banning anyone who's commented in the H3 subreddit, and that feels like good faith. Because that's what happens. If you have commented or posted in the H3 subreddit, even, I don't know what the bar is, couple times.
We got dickheads.
We got dickheads. Thank you. Is that Donnie? Donnie. You're auto-banned. I mean, and it's still happening, and they're like, I went to leave one comment on leftovers. I didn't say anything wrong, and the moderators just just ban me, and we're all like, yeah, you got auto-banned. Yeah. If you have any connection to the H3 subreddit, immediately banned. So is it really about good faith conversations? Like, just don't lie about it. You wanted a place where you could talk shit and not be challenged on that. Which, by the way, H3 Snarkers are still not auto-banned on the subreddit, because I see them all the time. On our subreddit, on the H3 subreddit, I still see them all the time. So I always think that's very interesting. Okay. All right. So this, again, just the thinnest stuff. So this is when they're talking about he was amping up the nuke. They frequently promoted the forthcoming content nuke. How dare they promote their own video, right? And its release was anticipated by the YouTube and political commentary community for several months ahead of its release. It was anticipated that the plaintiff's statements in the content nuke would be largely controversial. as Ethan claimed himself they would be. Okay. Okay, so he was like pumping it up because he was excited about it. And it was controversial. It was pretty crazy. Okay, and then he's like, it's just part of the video. I'll tell you guys what the moments are. You'll probably guess them when I show them. And then Hila says, it's like when people used to say surprises throughout. Don't skip anything. Watch till the end. So it's like shitting and pissing moments throughout. I think this has got to be Ethan saying this. I'm guessing they like use the transcript or something. So it's like shitting and pissing moments throughout, especially for the snarkers. And then Hila said, do not skip. Watch all the way through. And I said, she's literally referencing and memeing on a former YouTube trend, which she references here. And then she says it. So, but they're making it sound like this is Hila telling them to watch the whole thing so they can get them for copyright infringement. And also, when she's saying this stuff, in addition to just like joking and memeing, she's also not talking just to the snarkers or the streamers. She's talking to us too. Like, make sure you watch the whole thing. That's like what YouTubers always used to say so they could get credit for the video. At no point prior to the release of the content nuke did the plaintiffs announce they were registering the content nuke with the Library of Congress, which they had preemptively done days before it was published. I said, what does this change? They're under no obligation to disclose that, as far as I know. Yeah, they were also pretty obviously talking to the 30,000 concurrent viewers, right? Like, this proves nothing. This is just them trying to make them look sneaky. They don't have to tell you that shit. Okay, here is a direct quote from this snarker. I have never at any point contacted or attempted to coordinate with named defendant Denims, her team, or anyone professionally or personally associated with her. Again, I'm like, is that an open door? Is that an open door to getting maybe not your name, but some messaging content? I don't know. Yeah, it's irrelevant because they have copyright even if they don't register. Right, you can't just steal anyone's video even if it's not registered, right? They just kind of like doubled down on it. So yeah, they assert this. I don't know how they prove that or what. Also, don't speak for the moderators. Like, you can't do that, right? Allegations of such a relationship are purely speculative. You can't know that about other people. I am a private individual with no personal professional ties to Twitch, YouTube, Reddit, TikTok, X, Instagram, or any political commentator or online influencer. Do we have proof of that? Do we have proof that you are not in contact with other people in any sort of coordination attempt? Is you saying this enough for Ethan's lawyers to get that? Don't know. Don't know the rules there, as we know. I hope this puts to rest the plaintiffs' unfounded conspiracy theories and that their critics are all secretly conspiring together to hurt DEI. Well, I'll say this. Just about every time that y'all have accused Ethan and Hila of hallucinating harassment, they've been right. So we'll just wait and see. Also, I put some honey in this. I can't wait to have it, but I'm still so scared. I don't want to burn my mouth. Oh my God, it's past midnight. Let's go. Let's keep fucking going here. Many Twitch and YouTube creators plan to react live to the release of the content nuke, including major streamers like Asmongold and XQC. As you'll remember, though, why didn't they offer these prominent creators here? Why do they choose these people? Don't know. It's interesting. Denim's also announced she would be reacting. Watching reactions in real time offers a more engaging and insightful experience as streamers actively interact with their chat and provide context and discussion, making it more dynamic than watching the video alone. Again, is what Denims did during that video considered active interaction, or was there any context provided? Was it more dynamic? Was Frogan getting up and walking out of the room more dynamic? Just letting it play for minutes at a time? I don't think so. I don't think so. I guess that's for the judge to decide. Again, bringing up XQC again. One example was XQC, who has 12 million followers, and I said it's irrelevant. It doesn't fucking matter. Let's see. A user on the plaintiff's fan subreddit, Shoutout, where Ethan Klein serves as head moderator with full editorial control over content. Okay. Posted about XQC reacting to the video with 53,000 live viewers. The H3H3 Productions users post celebrated the positive reception. The users post did, okay? And I said, where is the proof that Ethan was involved in this at all? Because later they say, where is it? Oh my God, there's so many things. Given Ethan's acknowledgement of XQC's reaction video's viewership success. I said, where? If this is where he acknowledged it, he didn't write the post. He didn't post the post. As far as we know, he didn't comment on or like the post. So they don't show his acknowledgement. They have him talking about how happy he is with the views. But how is that related to XQC? It's not. Okay, so let's go back to this XQC comparison with Denims, right? They talk about how much bigger XQC is. Denim's reaction, again, what they've done here is they've taken the length of the video, the content nuke, and then the length of Denim's reaction video, and then subtracted it to find how much time Denim's reacted. And they did the same thing with XQC. They said that she reacted to around 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 47 seconds of reaction time. And this is why I say quantity or quality is as important as quantity here, right? Because if those are the real numbers, 2 hours of reaction, a lot of that was dead air. A lot of that was dead air. And I imagine, to argue against this point, Ethan and Hila will talk about the Matt Haas case. Because that'll show you what fair use actually looks like. Yeah, it was not real reactions, in my opinion. Okay, so then, Ethan, I was feeling very confident, and I'm happy to say that I think it's been very well received, and the views have been fantastic. Because they're basically arguing that Denims helped, that the subreddit helped him get more views. And I said, just because the numbers are great doesn't mean they wouldn't have been higher without your market substitutes, because apparently 40,000 people watched Denims. Again, they have not shown the acknowledgement of XQC, at least not here. Oh, here's the TEI never notified H3 Snark. Again, the H3 Snark linked directly to the H3 Podcast YouTube channel for this discussion mega thread about the Countdown to Doomsday episode. Well, they didn't in this one. Not even in the edit. Not even in the comments. So, where to watch feels like the place to have that clip, right? Or have that link. And again, it's like the double standard of like, oh, you guys can just send someone to a channel and that's considered like valid respect for copyright, but the opposite isn't true for Denims, right? or for the subs. Like, we weren't infringing on copyright. We didn't even send them to a real video. Okay, so this person, I'm assuming they're all women, but I shouldn't. But I feel like snarkers are mostly women. Didn't Taylor Lorenz say that? Speaking of, there's a Taylor Lorenz and a Cat 10 Barge cameo coming up. I created a discussion mega thread titled Denims is Live, reacting now to today's H3 podcast episode and the content nuke video Ethan is publishing in about an hour. I said, and linked to all of the linked to all of the market substitutes, the alleged market substitutes in the chat. So you didn't just publish this. You also, if this is you, if you're not a fan of Denims, please check out these other creators. So that's 2 threads. 2 threads with the alleged market substitutes. So I don't think you did what you thought you were doing with this one. Because, oops, you did it again. Thank you for this. Never watched a stream in my life before, but here I am for Denims, I guess. Okay, I can't get stun locked because I could just scroll that and pick that apart, but we won't do that. Let's get back to the case at hand. So yeah, there's that. I genuinely believed Denims' commentary and reactions would be reasonably fair use and transformative. If Ethan's past behavior, in your opinion, and your lawyer's opinion, is relevant to this case, then isn't Denims' past content relevant? Like, why would you assume that? Why would you assume it would be reasonably fair use and transformative? And also, in my opinion, you didn't have any interest in whether or not it was transformative. The point, the thrust of this whole thing was to not give H3 views. And you can't do that. You can't do that. Denims' commentary was not meant to replace the plaintiff's podcast episode or content nuke. The link provided was to Denims' Twitch landing page. Again, you couldn't link to anything else because the live wasn't available yet. Twitch is a DMCA compliant platform. They're pretty loose with that. Because isn't everyone still like watching TV shows and movies and stuff on there? No, they don't understand what fair use is at all. I did not link directly to Content Nuke, Hassan Piker, in this post because it had not yet been released. Exactly. Exactly. So, like, that is the only link it could be. So, for you to say, like, oh, I didn't do it, I just linked to the landing page, you linked to the only thing that was available. You didn't have a choice. And I said, yeah, you provided links to all people who would be reacting, even though their reactions also weren't released or live yet. Like, you did it across the board. Oh, and here we go. In the sticky pin comments, I wrote, if you are not a fan of Denims, please check out these other creators. Nowhere in this comment did I encourage or suggest that Reddit users watch these creators instead of H3. Maybe not in that post exactly. But it's literally the same list. And at no point do you say, please watch the original video. You don't do the opposite either, right? This comment was an effort to provide scheduling information and lawful links to landing pages that were of interest to our community. What was of interest to your community, according to this, is we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. So this is you admitting that this was an effort to provide information that were of interest to your community. And you've told us what their interest was. So how can you say you weren't intentionally giving them ways to avoid watching the content nuke in its copyrighted entirety, in its valid legal form? It doesn't really make sense. And I said, how did you determine what was of interest, and why wasn't the original of interest, even just the landing page? Like, why was the H3 link not, like their landing page link, not even included in at least these first 2 mega threads? And we now know how it was determined. They were getting a lot of comments, right? And we saw that. How do we watch without giving them views? Is someone going to upload it? Someone was like, is someone going to dive on the grenade and upload it? Okay, here we go. My comment, or my mega thread, only received 275 upvotes and 33 comments, which is relatively low engagement for the subreddit. This makes it unlikely that our subreddit is responsible for directing as many as 40,000 viewers to Denim's stream. Remember earlier in this when they blamed Ethan and Hila shouting out the subreddit? And I told you to put a pin in the number 40,000? That's very interesting to me. That they admit the subreddit was around 40,000 viewers. And that's also the number of people that were on Denim's stream. Weird coincidence. And yeah, also, as I say here, no one thinks that a single post was the cause of 40,000 people being in there. It was a concerted group effort of the different posts. 1, 2, and then there was a third one. I said it's the sum of the parts. You were part of the problem. Because here you are. I created a second discussion thread titled Ethan Klein's Content Nuke on Hassan Piker, H3 Snark Mega Thread. So that's the third one that I wasn't able to find. To centralize conversations. Posting a mega thread at the time of a major release is a standard moderation. Sure, how many people were on that one? The link to the content nuke, Hassan Piker, ended up attached only to the letter I in the word this, which was a formatting oversight on my part rather than an intentional choice. Did you fix it? The link remained fully functional on just the tiny little letter I. Huh? My intention was to provide readers with direct access to the source. Did you fix it? I'm not seeing here that you fixed that. Again, none of those links were to specific videos or illegal pirate copies. The only direct link to a video in this post was to the plaintiff's true and original content nuke, Hassan Piker, owned by TEI. But the actual hyperlink was only on one letter. Eyes in chat. Eyes in chat for Snark mods. Little lowercase i's. Like, and you didn't fix it? You didn't fix it. The only direct link, and the other ones, none of the links were to specific videos. It was to the landing pages of all the people that were allegedly doing copyright infringement. TEI also never notified me or any other H3 Snark moderator that it considered Denim's stream or any other Twitch or YouTube creators' reaction videos to be an infringing use of Countdown to Doomsday or content nuke Hassan Piker. And I'm just wondering, is this required? They keep coming back to this as like their slam dunk. I don't know if it's required, like I said, or if it's part of like the several tests for contributory infringement. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I never viewed or watched Denims make this remark until these lawsuits were filed. This is the don't give H3 views. Watch it here. Send me a Prime, right? When she's like, give me your money instead of giving him your money, right? That's paraphrasing it, obviously. You didn't take her link down. When you saw what it was like, right? Okay. We also don't know if this is true. There's no way for us to know this is true. And I don't know how we get to the bottom of that. There was no conspiracy or coordination with any creator. Again, how can we prove that? Anything Denim said is her own responsibility. That is true. Okay. Oh, here we go. My post in the second mega thread attracted over 1,800 comments from hundreds of users across Reddit, but was not the only discussion mega thread on Reddit for this type of conversation. For example, a post on YouTube drama, a subreddit, they quickly say, a subreddit I was never a moderator for, titled Ethan Klein finally posts his long-awaited content nuke, posted 2 minutes prior to the post I published, attracted over 4,400 comments. Well, so here you're admitting that your first little dinky post wasn't the only one that you posted, and not the only one that generated interest in a market substitute, which you pointed out in 2 different posts. And also, YouTube drama is famously one of the subs that was completely commandeered by Ethan haters. I'm not going to say snarkers. I don't know who they are, but it is one of several. Like, there was an attempt, and Faux and others who suddenly started posting tons of H3 hate content. And maybe that's what these people are really scared about in releasing their public information or their private information, is people seeing the connections that are going on behind the scenes. So yeah, shared mods is my point here. This post shows that criticism for the plaintiff is not exclusive to H3 Snark. It has been the dominant point of view is crazy. Most social media platforms, like, I also want to see the Venn diagram of the biggest posters and commenters on YouTube drama and H3 Snark. And Faux Moi and H3 Snark. Because if the 80-20 rule is true, 20% of people are doing 80% of the commenting. And I have a feeling it's the same 20%. Yeah, there was an attempt is infiltrated for sure, right? Faux Moi and Snark. I think it was Hassan and Faux Moi. I don't remember. I know there was like a Hassan, potentially a Hassan connection, but I don't remember what exactly it was. So I won't speak out of turn. I linked directly to the plaintiff's original video without uploading. Okay, is this the one where it was just the letter I and nothing else? My theory is one of them is linked to someone with a high position at Reddit, and that's why they are worried. Ooh. Maybe. Again, speculation. Wasn't it Gato Fumador who was a mod on both? I have no idea. And I don't need to know. Like, I just want to see, like, the crossover. I don't need to know who it is. I just want to know the numbers. Okay, so I linked directly to the plaintiff's original video without uploading or directly infringing on his copyright. I wrote this comment. This isn't illegal. Before I knew that the linking was linking to the literal skinniest, tiniest letter in the English alphabet and nothing else. That feels intentional, especially if you didn't update it. I don't know if you did. But in general, linking to the direct video is not illegal, but linking to all the other creators to watch instead of H3 is potentially, depending on your motivation. Right? Okay, so This whole time they've been saying, we didn't know. We didn't know that it was infringement. Ethan never submitted any DMCAs. He didn't contact us directly or indirectly. H3 did prior DMCAs of content on the H3 Snark. And I said, doesn't this prove they're the ones that keep bringing up Ethan's past as like valid information about his current motivations. Doesn't this prove you knew that H3 was going after copyright infringement specifically on your subreddit? Doesn't this prove that you knew it was a possibility? Ethan also admitted that these DMC takedowns were leading up to something, highlighting that this was a carefully crafted and premeditated plan to attempt building a record for a future copyright lawsuit. And I said, yeah, sometimes lawsuits are premeditated and require some milestones before they're valid, right? It's like with the scientific method where you go in with a theory, like you know something's fucked up, and you start building the case. You have to fucking build a case. You aren't proving that the premeditated plan was to get your information, which is what this is about. The premeditated plan to sue for copyright infringement, not related to this at all. Okay. This is more of their quotes, most of which are taken out of context. So Ethan says, I was removing posts on the Snark subreddit that were explicitly reposted without any kind of commentary. Meaning he wasn't just shotgun blasting and removing all of the content from the show that was on the Snark subreddit. He was removing stuff that was explicitly reposted without any kind of commentary with the explicit goal of stealing views from us. So it must have been listed in the comments or in the post itself, according to Ethan. And I said, so there he is, doing what you say you didn't know he was doing. And this is from when? July 11th. So July 11th, you knew that he was doing DMCAs, and why? I don't know what the timeline is on these things, but I can't remember. But I said, why did you assume he wouldn't do the same for the content nuke? Why did you assume that this evil threat to free speech would just stop doing DMCA takedowns? Why didn't you cover your asses better? 'Cause you got lazy. Okay, and here's another quote about it leading somewhere. Ours was kind of leading up to something clearly, but because we're obviously pressing charges against the Reddit mods, the admins, the moderators of the Snark too. I said, so? Okay. You got a heads up. I don't know what this is supposed to prove. Sometimes lawsuits are like Russian nesting dolls, you know? They beget other lawsuits. Okay, this point. Let's see what this says. Oh, my voice. If there were only 5 takedowns on H3 Snark over the year and a half since leftovers ended, I question why plaintiffs framed the entire subreddit as a locus of rampant copyright infringement. And I said, I think it's here somewhere. Bitch ass. I just love seeing Ethan swears in here. Here, like I said, there's hundreds of posts. We removed maybe 5 at most. He literally said there are hundreds of them, not thousands of them. He literally said, here, there's hundreds of posts. And only 5 came down. So now you're upset he didn't DMCA more videos? Like that would have been more legitimate? He literally exhibited like restraint. And said that there are still hundreds of posts that he could have DMCA'd up on your site. I would say that sounds like rampant copyright infringement. The plaintiff's complaint details 7 DMCA takedowns. Reddit only honored 5 of them. That's just some context for you guys. Oh my God, there's still so much more. Okay, here's the cell phone that they keep quoting. Ethan, he flip-flopped on this. I'm opening our IP to the world. If you want to cut up clips from anything with me in it, go for it, man. Monetize it. I will not DMCA claim. I will not remove. I will not do anything. To which he immediately said afterwards, the only time I'll remove something is like if it's just a wholesale re-uploading of like an episode. He continues to be generous, saying that reasonable length clips of paywall content would still be allowed, but full re-uploads would receive DMCA takedown notifications. Sitting there and saying nothing is essentially the same as a re-upload. So I don't know what point you're making here. He said he wasn't going to do anything. He said he was not going to do anything about transformative content. Or even not transformative. Even just like shorter clips. Because this isn't even implying there's reaction. He was cool with all of it, except you guys just fucking sitting there slack-jawed, or the streamers sitting there slack-jawed, adding nothing to the entire video while explicitly stating that you are doing it to rob them of views. To this day, Ethan still has never publicly announced that he was fully closing up his intellectual property, or that he would strike clips of publicly accessible TEI content. And I said, clips are not the issue. Right? He said that. He never intended to fully close up. Clips are not the issue. This says, considering 5 of the clips uploads Ethan targeted with DMCA takedowns were brief clips from his public-facing podcast episodes, so up to 15 minutes of clips. I think a 15-minute clip is excessive. And also, were they also explicitly saying it was so you don't have to watch the show? Because that's what he says up here. He says he specifically removed shit. That was like explicitly, you guys saw it, that was explicitly talking about a market substitute. So maybe it wasn't the full video, but if it was doing the other piece of it, then what do you expect? Also, he's totally within his right to do it. He promised. I thought you guys thought he was just this like untrustworthy, dishonest person. So why are you trusting him? Which is it? You're shocked now? I want to be clear that I never submitted this document or any DMCA counterclaims on behalf of H3 Snark. I don't know what that's about. I never encouraged any user to submit fraudulent counterclaim or to abuse the counterclaim process. I have no knowledge of any other Snark moderator assisting with or encouraging users to submit fraudulent DMCA counterclaims. Again, is this an open door? How do we know you never did that? Just because you didn't post it on the Snark for everyone to see. That doesn't really mean it didn't happen. And so how do we find that out? He's a hypocrite. It's not a legal argument. But it works on Twitter. And Ethan's a pussy because he's not on Twitter. Lawyered. Oh, I just think it's so funny that someone's name is O'Brien Potatoes. And it's now in multiple legal documents. Oh, I don't even know what this point is at all. Let's see. This says, my identity is not necessary for the plaintiff to protect his IP rights. And I said, depends on what you're saying and coordinating behind closed doors. That feels extremely relevant and material to this suit, in my opinion. I guess the judge will determine if that's the case. I might be completely speaking out of my ass. It's just a stupid bitch. Let's see. Dance Word Love explaining that if any... minutes of Ethan and Dan explaining that if any of his H3 podcast fans posted criticism on H3 Snark, they would be permanently banned from contributing to his fan community. Hilarious that you say that, because that's what you guys do. But here, they literally just own themselves in the next paragraph. if you post a certain amount on H3 Snark and you make a post on our subreddit, you get banned. Not any of his fans posted criticism. It's a certain amount. There's a bar, there's a limit. Unlike on the H3 Snark, where if you've even just like posted comments at all, a comment, a post in the H3 subreddit, you are automatically banned, no questions asked, from participating in the H3 Snark subreddit. Like, what are we doing? I just woke up, no clue what's happening, but love you, Kate. Thanks, Donut. And yes, Ethan is allowed to ban you from a subreddit, right? Like none of this has anything to do with the anonymity of these people, right? Like that one, that's why I was like, what does this even matter? This is all YouTube shit, and I don't know YouTube, YEW YouTube, enough to know what this piece is about. And I said, why share those links instead of the usual YouTube links? Is this how Hassan video links are shared too? Is this how Denim's video links are shared? Like, are you doing it for everybody, or were you just doing this for Ethan? Because it says they still get the links if you watch it for long enough, but I mean the credit, the view count, but I don't know. I don't know anything about it. So I'm not going to comment on that. Hasn't stopped me otherwise. Subreddit decided to ban them. All right, let's see. Oh, the subreddit decided to ban YouTube links, YEW YouTube links, when the plaintiff's DMCA takedown started. And I said, what's the connection? All of a sudden you started not using these links? That's interesting. That's interesting. It's not that I wanted these people to steal. Hang on. What does this say? Oh, this is talking about Ethan. It's not that I wanted people to steal my video. Well, that right there goes against your motive. I didn't want them to steal it, which wouldn't be entrapment anyway, right? It's not the law enforcement entrapping you. It's another person. And it's not entrapment. But like what I'm saying is entrapment only applies if it's cops doing it, apparently, which I learned from this case. It's that I knew they would, right? I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. Right. That's why they were sitting there silently, unlike talking for, oh my God, 3 hours straight like I am. The trap was set and it worked even better than I imagined it would. Okay, he called it a trap. That doesn't mean anything. None of this means anything. You've got to register it before you publish to be eligible. Okay. That's what happened. Ethan's prolific threats, which are also unrelated, but these are the threats that they talk about. The plaintiff has also threatened to personally go after the CEO of Reddit, Steve Huffman, if criticism subreddits dedicated to the plaintiffs are not removed. I said, what does this have to do with you? What does this have to do with you? When I deleted this is so stupid. When I deleted my account, I intended it as a clear signal to Ethan that I had ceased all moderation activity on H3 Snark. I said, that doesn't wipe away what you did. And have any of these people shown any remorse? I don't see any of it in here. I see no admission of any, like, I'll give on this, but I'm innocent in these ways, right? Just because you stopped doesn't mean what you did or facilitated or enabled allegedly matters or doesn't matter anymore. And this whole time you've been talking about, oh, well, Ethan didn't tell us that that Denim's content was copyright infringement. Well, did you tell Ethan that you weren't a Snark mod anymore? Okay, and here it seems like they, again, I have no idea what the gender of these people are. Here it seems like they are trying to say that Ethan is going to giddily share their private information with us. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. I'm giddy to share this with you guys. I said, share the lawsuit, not your information. Like, come on. Again, I don't want, need, or merit seeing any of that information. I don't care. Just give me the Cliff Notes. Don't share that shit. Seal it. Do whatever. Do the protective order or whatever the fuck you need to do. Producer. Oh, I love this. You literally just could have watched something else, man. You could have just changed the channel, pretty much. I've never sued anyone, right? That's right. I will spend and go to any limit legally and within the scope the law is allowed, annihilate you for any cost because you people are evil. You people are disgusting fucking human beings. And again, all of this was just the constant waves of harassment before the CPS shit even happened. This has been going on for so long. And then after the content nuke, they fucking ratcheted it up. It's crazy. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? You could have just changed the channel. I just love this. It's not a dox, you dumbass. It's called a subpoena. It's part of every civil lawsuit, the most routine thing in the world. And guess what happens when you break the fucking law, when you harass, when you defame? Then, you open yourself up to being subpoenaed. Now, what happens with that information, I don't know. The unfortunate thing is that court filings are all public, so if their private information shows up there, then I literally can't help it. He wasn't saying that in like a smug, snide way. And also, he might not have known that there is such a thing as a protective order. I just learned that today, where, certain information can be sealed, which, sure, I hope they do that. Oh, and this is so stupid. This is such a reach. It's also worth noting that Ethan omitted the last part of this famous quote from the movie Taken, because he was saying, like, I have a very specific set of skills. He omitted, I don't know who you are, but I will find you and I will kill you. And I said, yeah, it's worth noting that he didn't fucking say that. I don't know. I wouldn't consider countersuing to be like legally threatening people, which is what they're accusing him of. Can you believe this guy? He didn't threaten to kill me. Again, we watched this clip. Listen, I'm not doxing anybody, okay? I'm not doing anything illegal. It's all above the board. And again, there are things that I probably wouldn't have said, but he was fucking mad. It's also not illegal to say this. So, if you want to talk about freedom of speech, if you want to bring this up as First Amendment rights, what does this prove? It doesn't prove anything. He can hate you and also have a valid claim of copyright infringement against you. Not mutually exclusive. Things are in motion and it's too late. And I said, y'all had the chance to stop this, but you gaslighted yourselves into a lawsuit. There was a long time when you were moderating and you had a chance to stop this. I remember the multiple times that Ethan said, come forward now and it'll all be over. Come clean and it'll all be over. Even with Denhams and Casey Tron and Frogan, right? Multiple times when he, like, throughout the process where he's like, let's come to an agreement. Tell me what the fuck is going on. And you guys,
we got dickheads.
Thank you, Alicia. So many chances. Like, all along the way. Until it came to a point where it was too late, right? Things got in motion. And him loving it doesn't invalidate the copyright infringement claim. And it doesn't invalidate his demand for your anonymous information. Personal identifying information. The plaintiff received backlash and criticism from journalists. Here we go. I can't fucking believe this. After filing 3 copyright lawsuits accusing us moderators of contributory infringement for our discussion megathreads in June 2025, the plaintiff received backlash. See my laughing over here? And criticism from journalists Taylor Lorenz and Kat Tenbarge. Kat Tenbarge wrote an article. You can watch my video breaking down her article, which was not an article. It was an opinion piece about how she felt the targeting of these lawsuits was inciting harassment of the named defendants, which infuriated the plaintiff. So what? So what? A journalist wrote an article about it on her personal page that isn't actually affiliated with any sort of news outlet. That should definitely hold some weight in the court of law.
Girl with a mic, when is she calling in?
Hi, Phil.
Phil just gave THB 200. Behind on the stream but loving it. My dad was a magistrate. That makes me like half magistrate, so feel free to field any legal questions to me.
All right, ask Phil comments in chat. But remember, he is also not a lawyer, and he's also just a stupid bitch like me. Frogan using a different lawyer and staying silent, though she dodged being served the longest. So I'm not sure what her play is, to be honest. I think she's the smartest of the three of them. So far. Okay. Oh my God, my mouth is like, ugh. Is this ready for me to try?
We got dickheads.
We got dickheads, baby. A magistrate is like a lawyer, right? It's 200 baht. I'm still very grateful for it, but it got me the first time too. Oh my God, it's perfect now. Sleepy time tea. But Your Honor, this young girl wrote a blog post about it. Listen, I'm surprised. What is it? Jacobs Cohen Law LLC isn't in here. Oh, a judge. Yeah, duh. Fucking stupid. I'm stupid, not you. Okay. These lawsuits and legal pressures have had a profound impact and have effectively silenced a community of critics. Have they? Have they? Have they silenced critics? Have they? 106,000 weekly visitors, 17,000 weekly contributors. Those poor silenced snarkers, you know? Like, there's just no, I don't know. The article alleges. Oh, okay. Oh, this is great. Guys, this is fucking crazy, okay? Here we go. For example, in an article, again, I said, can we stop calling everything an article? Published in 2018, a former reputation management professional claimed they were once asked by the plaintiff to spin the criticism he was getting at the time as an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Okay? So this is saying that in 2018, this person who wrote an article was contacted as a reputation management person to spin the Gokunaro stuff as an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Do you guys want to see this fucking article? Guess what? It's on Medium. And guess what? Joe Rebens hasn't written anything else. And guess what? This one. Do it. No fucking evidence. There isn't even a Joe Rebens in Google. Nothing. Nothing. Okay? Joe Rebens. Also, look at this. LOL. This is a Medium article. So this is, all right, someone posted this 4 years ago. An employee of the PR firm that Ethan hired for damage control during the Gokunaro era wrote an article about how he was hired to control the narrative and paint haters as anti-Semitic. First of all, account suspended by the person who posted this. Second of all, this is a Medium article, meaning one of 100,000 people who hate Ethan could have written this. Here is a reverse image search of Joe Rebens, and it shows a stock image. Oh, it's not even there. Search results? Okay. Not to mention, the name appears nowhere else online, seeming that this was cross-posted into 2 H3 hate subs. I think you know what you are doing, so I don't feel bad saying, fuck you, go fuck yourself. So, yeah, because I was like, I looked into it because I was like, I thought they had never worked with PR. They thought PR was bullshit. And guess what? Guess when this was? 4 years ago, this all came out, which was not 2018. But do you know what it was during? The Cav stuff. Ryan, can I get that white shirt autographed and sent to me, please? Joe Rebens, a totally real person. Literally, the name does not exist. I was Googling in every way earlier today. So it's a fake-ass article. I said Cav era. It's a fake-ass article that they are now posted by someone whose account was suspended, who cross-posted it into multiple hate subreddits, and they're using it as some sort of a signal to the kind of person Ethan is, that he just blames everything on anti-Semitism. Like, how fucking anti-Semitic is that? I've just ran it through an anagram solver. Nothing stands out. Well, I was wondering, like, Joe Rebens, like, Yo Rebens. I was, like, trying to, like, say it differently, but I couldn't find anything. Nancy Soul Cycle. Fuck. Seabrook, that's what I was thinking. By making this motion, they have opened so many more avenues for Ethan to take when in discovery. Every time they're like, I have never conspired. It's like, then we need to see your private documents, because why would you conspire publicly? That doesn't make sense. Okay. The concerns that Ethan and his fans would retaliate and harm me, as well as my family, are not a dramatization or paranoia. It's rooted in a proven pattern of the plaintiff's behavior. And I said, no, it's your assumption that this will happen to you because you've witnessed and potentially allegedly participated in and facilitated in it happening, in this kind of behavior, happening to everyone in the H3 crew for years. You think this is a normal reaction. You think this is what people do when they get sensitive information. Now tell me what the fuck this has to do with anything. Ethan Klein recently had to publicly apologize to Hollywood producer Ryan Kavanaugh, name spelled wrong, right? Isn't that spelled wrong? Okay, so they posted his apology in here. I saw on Snark, they were like, oh, because they mentioned pedo troll at one point. They're like, oh, pedo troll's now in like a legal document. I'm like, okay, is that why they put this in here? Oh, Ethan getting owned is now public record or something like petty like that? Because what is the relevance of this? Yeah. What is the relevance? How is this germane to the motion to quash, ma'am? Sir, ma'am? They, them? Okay, Ethan used his large fan base to recklessly and knowingly spread malicious lies. Hang on. Where is this? Kavanaugh's lawyer also made the following statements about the lawsuit. Malicious lies, I mean, I disagree. I didn't see any lies. Part of Ethan's attacks against Ryan included fake negative reviews. He never told people to do that. Direction of his fans to bombard businesses. In my opinion, he didn't ask anybody to do that. He said, if you use Triller and you don't like whatever you do, tell them how you feel. Alternate is Wikipedia with false and defamatory statements. Whatever. We know that stuff is fucking BS. And this is all from Access Newswire. This is from a press release. Where is it? So a bunch of this stuff the stuff where his lawyer responds, comes from a press release put out by Gen TV. This was in like C-Suite Quarterly, and it was put out by Gen TV. Also has no bearing on this case whatsoever. I mean, I guess they're saying that Ethan could use it to harass them in the same way, but it's a completely different situation. So I don't know. The relevance it feels thin to me. Okay. Ethan also pulled up photos of the family of someone who criticized Hila's tattoo on Instagram on air. This person later alleged that Ethan's fans sent his 16-year-old sister rape threats. If that happened, that's insane, and I hope it's not true. And revenge porn of him was posted on H3 Productions. Revenge porn. Here's what was posted. It was this person talking about how this guy was her ex. Or their ex. The one that was harassing Ethan. Criticized Hila's tattoo. Is that all he did? I fucking doubt it. I fucking doubt it. So basically, they're talking about all the ways that this guy sucks personally. If I wouldn't have sex with him, he would threaten to just watch porn instead. He would also comment under women's nudes on Reddit, basically asking to fuck and how hot they were, etc. He would also try to sell his nudes on Reddit. I know I was so fucking stupid, I wish I could beat the crap out of my past self. Well, we've all been there. Yeah, and then I could literally write a book on all the awful shit he did to me. But yeah, actually the biggest fucking loser I'll ever know. Thank you, Ethan, for calling him out. I don't know how this is related. I don't know how this is revenge porn. Oh, I guess because he has posts. Nonstop blurry dick. How is it revenge porn if you're publicly posting it on Reddit? That seems like a stretch to call that revenge porn, because this clearly is like his at least like minor victim, not as in age, but as in like scale, minor to victim, talking about what a shithead he is. But now he's the victim of revenge porn. He would try and grab my hand and put it on his dick. 4 iDubbbz! Woo! We hit 4 iDubbbz! Yeah! I wonder if there's like a box I can put up for that for when we hit an iDubbbz, you know? Okay, so we have that. And then we have... This is so interesting, this part, because they're talking about 2 different women, I believe, who have come forward to talk about how shitty 2 separate men have been to them in relationships. And these men have also been shitty people toward Ethan and Hila, right? But for some reason, we're like we're talking about Noah Samson's ex who called in and wanted to, you know, talk about what a creep Noah was in his personal life, right? According to her. They said they had an ex-partner of Noah's call in, as if they like hunted her down and made her. She wanted to call in. Like, she reached out to them. So now Ethan's not supposed to like hold space for victims? Now victim stories here and here don't matter? This is what I'm talking about. There's like no like real moral center, right? When it comes to Ethan, they're like, fuck you. What has this got to do with anything? That's a really great question. I'm assuming they're trying to make it seem like if our information gets released, they're going to put revenge porn of us on Reddit. Like, so fucking stupid. Oh, this is so stupid. This is another stupid one. Okay. After filing these lawsuits, the plaintiff consistently made YouTube podcast content out of his copyright lawsuit and the other 2 lawsuits he filed. Okay, which he is allowed to do. One recent example was within 20 minutes of his subpoena being approved by Shoutout, Judge Honorable Wesley Sue, and posted, Ethan immediately titled his podcast that day to "Our subpoena was approved," where he holds up the court order with a smile, wearing a literal fishing hat. What is that? Is that like a symbol they've decided? This is so snark-brained. What is that supposed to mean? oh, he's fishing. He's fishing for a lawsuit. Like, what is that supposed to mean? It's a fucking bucket hat from Teddy Fresh. He was wearing a literal fishing hat, and you guys know what that means. No, we don't. Because our brains aren't fucking hamburger meat from just being mean to people all day. I'm going to post revenge porn of my chocolate starfish on the Snark subreddit. Yeah, how dare you look at what I posted publicly. Literally a fishing hat. Like, what? Who cares? I don't understand. I don't understand what the implication is there. The video received 650,000 views. What does that matter? I don't understand. He had a successful video with a great thumbnail because it worked. I don't understand what that proves. Especially when it comes to, like, threatening? Wearing a literal fishing hat is fucking frying me, though. What is that? I present Exhibit X, the fishing hat in question. Like, what are we doing? Literally, though, is this like something on the subreddit? I just want to see. They do talk about it. Do they not? Oh, I'm not going to fucking dig in that. Yeah, I don't understand what that is. Your Honor, the hat is a subliminal message. Obviously, he is fishing for relevance, Your Honor. Like, what? You guys need to get offline. Okay. Now in a lot of ways, oh, this was the legal YouTuber. Is this was Legal Mindset, I think. Why don't they just say his name? In a lot of ways, it's actually worse to be one of the H3 Snark mods right now than the actual named people, because the H3 Snark mods are just named as does right now. And the reason why is because, oh, this is so good. Each of these Reddit moderators have actually been named in 3 lawsuits, whereas Twitch streamers are only named in 1. This could get really expensive for these mods. I said, fuck around and find out, I guess. Like, sorry, you should have just sat there and ate your food and watched the original video. Okay. They will use, all right, so I initially considered not writing the statement at all, knowing it will be exploited by Ethan Klein, his commentary circle. Wait. Hi. I think that's me. And legal YouTubers to create content. They will use this declaration as material to further profit and deepen the chilling effect. Not like, oh, chilling, but like it'll reduce and stifle criticism. Chilling effect on those who wish to speak out critically and anonymously against a controversial public figure. And I said, y'all literally drove a woman, Olivia, off the internet and away from her job and into a mental health crisis because you hate Ethan. And by y'all, I mean like Snark in general. 1,000,000,000% contributed to that, right? In my opinion. Because you hate Ethan. Don't talk to us about having a chilling effect on personal liberties. Like, be fucking for real. Oh, it's from Runkle. Oh, okay. Thank you. I thought it was Legal Mindset. Thank you for the correction. Ethan has also made it clear that he will not keep anything confidential between our legal counsel. I said, this is a reach. You have no evidence that he has breached anything that was required for him to keep quiet. Confidential settlement communications about these lawsuits private? Was that court ordered? If not, then he doesn't fucking have to. Should have behaved better. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Despite H3 Snark being defunct, don't make me pull up leftovers again. I foresee the internet continuing to criticize Ethan Klein. Okay. And then we have pedotroll, which has no bearing on this at all. Pedo is short for pedophile. From when he was 28 years old, 12 years ago, in 2013, when the internet was absolutely a different place, making disgusting, horrible jokes that I think are stupid and didn't like at the time either, if I had heard them, right? He made several pedophilic statements about being sexually attracted to his nephew, joking about hitting his 2-year-old in the face with his penis. Mind you, which they leave out, he had neither nephews nor children at this time. I think that's relevant. Also, jokes. It's like they know they were jokes. So what are you worried about? He's not. He posted tasteless jokes and had a tasteless name. Like, that's the thing. They are so focused on things that they think matter because they are on Twitter and Reddit too much. Pedotroll in a fishing hat, a literal fishing hat. None of that fucking matters in the court of law. The plaintiffs have done their best to get criticism removed. Here's an example of a TikTok creator who the plaintiffs have tried to silence. I don't know who that is. I don't know where the source is for that. That's something I did not pull out. But I wonder if they actually have proof of them trying to silence or if it's just an opinion. This is the part that people keep talking about. Many of my fellow moderators have endured a deep psychological impact and fear of retaliation, to the point that Reddit admins offered us free subscriptions to privacy software that would help remove our PII, our personal identifying information, from the internet in the case we are doxxed and harassed by the outcome of these lawsuits. And I said, is this a regular occurrence for Reddit? For mods? Like, is this something they offer often? When mods get sued? Like, why are they doing this for these mods? How did this come about? What is the precedent here? Why are they getting involved at this level? What is the cost of these subscriptions? And like, are they going to pay for like renewing these subscriptions every year for these people? This does not seem above board. Kind of yikesy that they put this in here. They really did not have to. I don't know if they would have ever found it if they hadn't admitted it themselves. Yeah, I don't know what. It makes me think someone at Reddit is involved. I don't know. Moderator of subreddits is a volunteer job, so if they were deeply impacted psychologically, why do they continue? That's a really good question. I love that they offered that info to fuck over Reddit. Yeah, it feels like a conflict of interest because Ethan did not receive this gesture, right? The mods of H3 didn't receive this gesture. The crew of H3, who are also moderators, who have been harassed publicly and privately, didn't receive the gesture to have their private information removed. And Ethan is the only person that in my estimation or in my knowledge that is getting shit mailed to their private address, which means they are someone who actually needs to have their PII right now removed from the internet, right? And again, I don't think that their information should be shared publicly and so people can dox them. I don't want that at all. I think that is stupid and childish and something with peace and love a Snark subreddit would do. I don't want that. But I do want to know what the connections are. I want to know what the network is like, if it exists, right? Because it's just hard to believe that everything happened so smoothly without people talking to each other. If this is very interesting. If unmasked in this lawsuit, I will undoubtedly be named as a defendant in the other 2 lawsuits, which are in 2 different states, forcing me to hire multiple attorneys licensed in these different states to defend myself. And I said, so you're evading justice by staying anonymous? Should the court honor that? Should the court do you a solid and not let you be mentioned in other lawsuits? I feel like that's not the point you think you're making. I deserve to stay masked so I don't get charged with the other crimes I allegedly did. The swinging titties of justice are coming. Right? Like, that's weird. That's weird to say that. You got a couple weird ones back to back that make me wonder. Okay. I am far more concerned about how my family and friends will be impacted and potentially harassed online should my unmasking lead to misrepresentations of my character and impact the reputation of my family. While I'm confident that any criticism I published was protected free speech, and I said, up to the point of copyright infringement, yes, which unfortunately is what this case is about. Not defamation. It's not about you talking shit on Ethan, which would be fully covered. It is that you allegedly aided and abetted the stealing of his content. At a time, this is insane, at a time when fear and retaliation amongst political commentary is at a high since the recent gruesome assassination of Charles James Kirk. I just said, LOL, what the fuck? Just invoking Charlie Kirk? What are we doing? What is this appeal here? What is this appeal? I don't know. They're like, throw in something topical. What about that guy that got shot? Okay. This will inevitably invite the wealthy to relentlessly target and harass private anonymous individuals with barely their copyright inducement accusations. Okay, well, it's literally filed with the fucking Library of Congress. So your argument of it being barely valid is invalid. Over sharing links directly to their content. Right? Just on the little baby eye. Or reaction content critical of them on YouTube and Twitch. And I said, but that's not what you did. That's not what you did, allegedly. Oh, that's not what you did, mama. That's not what you did. Denial of this motion to quash will also chill the volunteer content moderation space. I wish it was more chill. Y'all are fucking crazy. Creating fear that if a moderator links to lawful platforms, that's not what we're worried about, that contain reaction content, that they are at risk of being unmasked. Like, this is just shoehorning it. This is shoehorning, trying to make it about the anonymousness, but you're really talking about the copyright shit, because this is like separate. And they might not have the financial means to fight to quash an unmasking subpoena. I said, if it chills the blatant and malicious creation of market substitutes, I don't think the world will be worse off. It's not setting the precedent you think it is. Like, this would be setting the precedent of, if you are found to have blatantly contributed to copyright infringement, you don't deserve anonymity. Oh, if all of us could just commit white-collar crime anonymously, you know? Out of fear of retaliation. And to make sure I don't catch cases in other states. Like, what the fuck? I did not work with anyone to spread hate or misinformation about Ethan, Hila, or H3. And I said, let's see those DMs. I have no connection with anyone at Reddit. Let's see some proof of this. I did not report them to CPS. I was not involved in the human remains. I am not conspiring and have never conspired with anyone to cause damage. Okay, let's see some proof. Maybe the burden of proof isn't theirs. I don't know. But how can we know? Oh, this is dense over here. Oh, this is just the test. Like, this is the test of, like, the different things that would require, that would contribute to that would make it a contributory copyright infringement, which we've been talking about at length. Oh. Okay, here's the second and last one I have. This is all background. Contrary to the allegation that I was anointed as one of the H3 Snark mods for my efforts to induce copyright infringement, I was invited to help moderate the subreddit sometime in May. And I said, what did that invitation look like? If you say that's not why you were invited, let's see the invite. Where's the source? Just because I was an active participant in the community's live chat, my familiarity with the tone, we're all familiar with the tone. We are all familiar with the tone of the Snark. For example, around this time, the H3 Snark experienced an influx of users after Ethan and Hila were caught berating their employee. Literally, what does it have to do with anything? So this is about the button thing that they all pooped their pants about, which was just like a normal workplace conflict. And so I put in here, I think this is about like discrediting. I said poisoning the well, and I was like, what is poisoning the well, like in legal terms? And it said, a lawyer cannot introduce unrelated negative information about a witness's past. Oh, witness. Never mind. But this is just poisoning the well, and it has nothing to do with copyright or the anonymity of these three Snark mods. Like, on any level does that, like, that's just nothing. Again, it feels like they're just entering this to be like, let's put it on the record that Ethan and AB got into a little tussle, a little workplace argument, which, with peace and love, Ethan and Hila were valid for, but I won't get into that further. Okay, I can state that my conversations with community members rarely, if ever, lead me to believe that there was a shared sense of hatred toward the Kleins or anyone associated with H3 Podcasts. Are you Helen Keller? Because I don't know how you read or hear what's happening in there and not think there was a shared sense of hatred. Like, be fucking for real. Stand 10 toes down. Y'all have been very cocky and 10 toes down about hating these people with all of your guts. And now all of a sudden, we were just like a kumbaya collaborative that, levied, light, rational criticism about the points and the arguments that they were making. It's like, stop, just be fucking for real. Be for real. As the podcast grew, increasingly repetitive, myopic, and boring, as commonly stated in Snark users' opinions, because they're fucking haters. That doesn't mean they're not watching it every single day more closely than we are as fans. That's what's so sick about y'all, is that you didn't stop watching when this was your opinion. I personally don't watch anything that I find repetitive, myopic, and boring. Why would you do that? Why would you watch something you find repetitive, myopic, and boring? Whose hosts you think are fat then skinny, too fat then too skinny, ugly, has terrible fashion, makes terrible clothes. Why would you watch that? Like, all of this could have been avoided if you guys just watched things that you enjoyed instead of continuing to watch something that you claim to hate. But I know you're giggling over there. I know you're rubbing your feet together in bed watching it and giggling. But then you're like, ew, yeah. This show sucks. But I'm going to devote, what? If every show is like 3 hours, and now there's like 6 hours. If you're a member, which I know some of you are, it's 9 hours a week. And then the VODs too. Ugh, it's a lot of content. It's a lot of content you're consuming for people that think it's repetitive, myopic, and boring. You're very, very invested and involved in it if for something that you hate so much. Like that is dysfunctional, unhealthy behavior. In the moderator's understanding, YouTube does not illegally copy, pirate, or redistribute YouTube content. I don't know enough about YouTube to talk about it, so I'm just going to keep going on that because today was the first time I heard about
dickheads.
it. We got dickheads. You spend hours a week watching shit you hate? Is it me? Is it me, Jesus? Okay. I'm losing my fucking mind right now. In September 2024, I stepped back from moderating and deleted my Reddit account due to personal reasons unrelated to the removal of the August 28th mega thread. Okay, so completely unrelated to a mega thread being deleted that was apparently important to this site or to this lawsuit. Less than a month later, you left and deleted your account. Nothing sketchy there. I think I say later on that this person seems more cooked than the other one. We'll get to that. Return to Reddit a year later. I don't really care about that. Efforts to silence critics, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's all about silencing critics. At a time when no one could have possibly known whether any of the streamers whose channels were linked in the discussion would in the future infringe on plaintiffs' copyrights. And yet, that is what you were hoping for. Without showing support for H3. It's literally what you were hoping for. Yeah, this is in first person. Oh my God, you're right. October 2025 doesn't exist. So they must have come back a month later? Oh my God, you're right. Huh? So they what? Okay, is this 2024? Let me just mark this. Good catch. Who was that? Good job, Jilly. I was just like, yeah, right. Came back the next year. That's cool. And I'm like, we're not in 2026. So are they saying they left in September and then came back in October, like a month later? Did they put the wrong month? We don't know. We don't know what's going on here. But yeah, you didn't know. You didn't know that it would be infringing, but you hoped it would because that would solve the problem that your audience was having. And you're helpful. You're helpful people. The post was later revived, blah, blah, blah. This is one of the mega threads. I don't fucking care. Oh, we've talked so much about all this shit. Numerous creators and streamers publicly discussed whether they would react to the video, including Denims, underscoring that the discourse was broad and decentralized. And I said, so why did you choose the names and pages you did? Why did you focus on these if it was so broad and decentralized? What was your motive there? How did you choose? If there were just so many to pick from. Did some of them signal that they would be just watching it in its entirety? To avoid giving views to Ethan? Many users... Oh, this is such a fucking lie. This is such a fucking lie. Many users said they had no intention of watching the video, while others expressed interest in seeing how third-party creators would critically respond. And I said, you're missing a part. A lot of these people said this, because I looked in the comments, they said they didn't want to watch the video, and then they wanted to watch other people's videos with the express purpose of withholding views from H3. All in the same comment. I don't want to watch the video and give them views. Is there somewhere else I can watch it? Who else is watching it so I don't have to give H3 views? Like, unreal. Okay, so the first mega thread was published on January 29th. In that post, I explicitly explained, all right, so this person posted it. The purpose of the thread, lots of posts about the content new coming in, hoping to keep the queue manageable for when it drops. This demonstrates that the use of mega threads, this is in general, mega threads in general, was a deliberate good faith moderation practice aimed at maintaining order, reducing redundancy, and organizing community discussion. Just because that's how mega threads are generally used on your subreddit does not mean that this is how these were used. And whatever one you posted that I think I was not able to find. It doesn't mean that it's impossible that you used these other threads for nefarious reasons, malicious reasons. Allegedly. Okay, this is where I said bye. Okay, here we go. Ooh, girl, you're cooked. You are fucking cooked. Girl, boy, they, them. I don't know what your gender is. The second mega thread. So here's the one we've been talking about this whole time. This is the person who published it. In that post, and this is where they act like the two paragraphs are unrelated to each other. I make a simple observational statement about the ongoing discussions within the Snark community, also known as a problem statement. In the following line, I make a factual and neutral statement about creators and streamers' statements regarding whether they would critically react to content nuke. In the next sentence, I describe a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly or citing our posts in their own critiques of H3. Yeah, this sentence and this sentence, completely unrelated. I had a thought and then my brain shut off, and when it turned back on, I just had another completely different thought. This sentence is definitely not the answer to this problem. I said, whoever this person is, I think they're fucked most of all. Not sure if the subpoena can be limited to just one person instead of all three based on the criteria. If you're the one that posted this one, it is not a reasonable assumption that these two sentences are completely unrelated. Happy snarking! Hope it was worth it. Hope you snarked really hard to make it worth it. 3 of the listed content creators each publicly posted about their plans to critically react and respond to the content nuke. Engaging directly with H3 Snark refers to these 3 creators. What is the evidence that you're talking about literally and that you're only talking about them? A list of creators who've supported the sub either by engaging with us directly or citing our posts. Engaging directly. You have not made that clear. So she's saying only 3 people on this list apply to this. There's literally no way to know that. Because Denham's also definitely said she was going to be reacting to it. But maybe they posted... Oh, they posted directly in the Snark. Okay. But again, we have no proof that this is the only people you're talking about. We don't know. Fucking Millhouse. You're so fucked. Okay. I revised and updated the post after its initial publication to expand the list of creators. Even more options for market substitute, allegedly. Twitch streamers Frogan and Caseytron decided to react and respond to Content Nuke. Links to their general Twitch channels were added. If I could turn back time. That's Frogan singing in her room. It was expected that each listed creator would react and critique in a way that meets the 4 factors of fair use. Oh, they were so worried about the 4 factors of fair use. We ask that you carry our subs rules into these spaces too. That has no bearing on whether or not the streamers were following your subs rules, right? You were not talking to the streamers. And they were the ones allegedly doing the copyright infringement, not your followers. Okay. All links in my mega thread are lawful and direct users only to creators' homepages. None point to any specific video. This argument is so fucking weak. I said neither do your hundreds of mega threads about H3 streams. But you say that it's fair use because you sent them there. Huh? Okay. Let's see. We're almost done, guys. You're doing great. I revised the post again. This was part of a recurring pattern by the plaintiff of teasing the video's release and then postponing it. They're literally complaining about Ethan edging them, which reasonably led me and other community members to doubt whether the video even existed at all. Some even speculating it was a marketing ploy to generate artificial interest in the H3 podcast. Huh? Far from promoting infringement, this edit shows my good faith effort. This is terrible. This is your proof that you weren't trying to infringe on copyright? Over one single frame. God, you guys are watching it so closely. It's almost like the hype of this nuke has been nothing more than a crummy commercial to hook people into watching a dying podcast. Oh, look at that fair and balanced, good faith criticism of the show. You're, in my opinion, cooked. You're cooked. This is the most, in my opinion, this is the most damning mega thread. Because there's only one. I mean, the other ones, it's like the theories and whatever, like comment, but this is literally where to watch. And then it says, feel free to share links to other streamers or creators. The literal purpose of this is for links that they can watch without showing support for H3. You, in my opinion, are cooked. Also, you're the only one caught speculating it was a marketing ploy. Some super smart snarkers even speculated it was a marketing ploy to get people to watch their dying toy podcast. Okay. I personally, TEI repeatedly misrepresents my conduct in an effort to construct a false narrative that I personally infringed on TEI's copyright and that H3 Snark is a community of habitual infringers. These are just some quotes from some of the comments I saw. Where are we watching so we don't give him views? Is someone going to upload it? Literally in the mega thread, not deleted by mods. Will this be the one we use? Just want to know when someone goes live after it drops so I can watch somewhere other than the channel. Oh my god. Oh, there's another one about someone uploading it. I'm going to be on another thread. Okay. Oh yeah, and then they're there too. Habitual infringers. I mean, Ethan said there's like hundreds of clips up. Despite the complaints, insinuations, the moderators did not watch the allegedly infringing streams. How do we know that? Importantly, no moderators watched any creators, including Dennis Rogan or Casey Tron, reacting or responding to either video. How do you know that? How can you assert that? What is the proof? The one and only time I watched the content nuke was in August 2025. and did so at the request of Doe's counsel to assist in determining how much of the video utilized or featured materials from other sources and creators. So this was part of their argument that the content nuke isn't copyrighty enough to stand up to this. Any of it. Ethan never acknowledges, comments on, or even glances at this footage. Just talking about like footage in the background like it isn't transformative. Like, get fucked. So that's like all that got copied in here. So that was all that I read today. We did it, guys. We did it. Do I have thoughts? Do I have thoughts in my head? I guess for the second piece, my main thought was, imagine fighting this hard for your right to fucking hate someone and do it anonymously. Imagine fighting this hard for your right to be an H3 Snark moderator. Like, how dumb do you have to feel that you're being sued over something that was very clearly like your guilty pleasure, right? Like your little dirty little secret. Like, no one in your life knows what the fuck you're talking about. And I know that because I am an H3 reactor, right? Like, there's barely anyone in my life I can talk to. So I know. I know how you feel in that sense, but I don't understand why you're watching something you hate, that you claim to hate for like 10 plus hours a week. That's the part that's the guilty part of the pleasure, right? The part that doesn't make sense to me. And I wonder if you're questioning your choices, right? Because like none of this screams that there is any kind of accountability, but I wonder if inside you're like, fuck, I'm such a fucking idiot. Why did I do this? Why did I let myself get sucked into something like this? Like, I knew it didn't feel right, that I was just being so ugly all the time on the internet. That's how I would feel. Because I've talked my share of shit, and it's the worst when people find out, right? It's the worst when people find out you were talking shit about them. It's not a nice feeling. And then you're like, who was I when I was doing that? It kind of feels like you guys are like in this extended, like, fever dream or something. It can't feel good. I mean, maybe it feels good a little bit some of the time. But I know I've been where you are. It does not feel good all the time to be this shitty. And not just be shitty, but to be trying to like justify it as some sort of like moral thing or some legitimate pastime. Yeah, not a fan. So I don't know. I don't know what happens from here. In my opinion, which is not a lawyer's opinion, there's some cookery. Some people are cooked. I'm not, if I were a judge, which I'm not, and I don't know anything about being a judge, I don't know. I don't know if I would be swayed by this. Because there isn't a ton of concrete evidence that releasing their information would be more harmful, like would outweigh the harm that they've caused. Do you know what I mean? Like would put them under undue harm or undue burden, put undue burden on them. And also they can do the protective order, right? Where it gets released to the lawyers, but outside of the court, no one can see it. I am on the East Coast, so it's almost 2 a.m. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. Thank you everybody for being here. Shout out to all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the new subs. I am fucking really tired and my voice is gonna be gone tomorrow. Their burden is due. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of it is just inaccurate. And I know. I mean, Ethan and his lawyers are going to just shred it. So whatever happens, happens. It all depends on the lawyer. I mean, the judge. The judge is very skilled in this area. So I trust him to do what makes sense by the law, which he knows a lot better than any of us, right? Whatever happens is legally what's going to happen. And like I said, is this shit going to go to the Supreme Court? The lack of precedent feels like it could. But who knows if it will. All right, bitches. Maybe we'll video game tomorrow night? We'll Subnautica? We'll see. Oh, and also, Alex the Fiction. I will probably be still tired, but check out Alex the Fiction's fundraiser for Palestine all day tomorrow. I will be co-hosting the first 2 hours. So I need to go to bed. I will see y'all tomorrow over on Alex the Stream.